Alright. Actually found out this game isn't a whole lot longer, and I'm just gonna beat it. Really not much more. And I'm probably gonna be doing other stuff. I like took a fucking 3 hour, 4 hour nap when I got home work today, so I'm kind of fucked up.
Last time I drink cough syrup. Ugh.
Second. I think I'm about to throw something in the oven real quick. Um, shit. I don't like taking naps like this. I'm so fucking fucked up now. All right, I'm gonna go throw this food in the oven real quick. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Damn, dude. I got home and I didn't do shit. I just immediately went to sleep and I'm all fucked up. Oh my god, it's gonna be like 10 minutes. So I guess it's enough time to do one mission, maybe. Um, I actually went ahead and picked out the next game I'm gonna be playing. Pretty sure I'm gonna play Hollow Knight. I've never actually played that game to. I've never played it very much at all, actually. I don't generally like 2D games, but I've been playing a lot of Castlevania lately, just on my own. I've been actually enjoying it, so I think I'm gonna just play Hollow Knight. It's like one of those games that apparently everybody loves that I didn't get when I first started to play it. Silk Song, and and my game just crashed. All right, cool. That's a good sign right off the bat. This is gonna be fun. That was like maybe 10 minutes. Not even. Maybe like 3 minutes. Alright, we'll see if this game actually wants to fun. I don't actually know what to do to fix it either. I do, but then I won't be able to record it, so it's really gay. You know, I think
Why are boys so... That hat is busted.
I don't think it actually matters what to do. I'm just gonna do one mission. I'm gonna do the school mission. Or actually, I'm gonna try to go to the hobo again. Since this game is really crash happy, I'm gonna have to save in between each fucking mission. That's gonna be great.
I can pick up
I don't even know what he could fucking help. I don't even know what he could possibly teach me.
Good to see you haven't forgotten me. All right, this time it's on.
Alright, this is actually helpful.
You're all right, kid.
That's actually a good combo to know.
Don't forget to bring
It
me a
expands my
tissue when
combo.
you come back.
There was never any doubt.
Alright, we'll go save and then try to do another mission.
I'm so...
There must be a place I can save in the school. Why does he keep showing me like there is? Yeah, there has to be a place in here to save. That I'm just not I'm missing or something.
Dr. Crabblesnitch is
Okay, there we go. Wish I'd known about that for a while now.
busy.
Did you call him Crabble Snitch? Or Crabble Snitch? Okay. Focus.
You think you could give me a hand?
Fuck off.
Come on, I never meant it. Hey,
Jimmy, you've interrupted me.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Can I see?
Sure, take a look. I think I have finally caught the essence it means to be a banana. I really feel my work is moving forward.
What the fuck?
Here's the thing. Art is lost on me. I've always been more into music.
You know, having thoughts for another really makes your work glow.
How do you mean?
When people do things.
Hold on a second. Of course, my fucking internet drops. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Maybe that fixed it. I actually forgot that I didn't even do any of this shit. I'll go ahead and do this. Because I'm about to have to go. Get my food real quick. Alright, I don't know if the fucking... Yeah. Internet's fine now.
Incredible things. When people blossom and grow, that really moves me. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Damn it. Hey, Cap, my fucking
I am
shit
in
was all laggy,
love,
so I don't know
Jimmy. And
when
I
you guys
want to
sent
make
that.
tonight very special.
Or,
Would
man, or
mind going
you
to
either
your
that or
room
you just sent it at the exact same time and it was
while I
weird looking.
work my
Is that the chick who
muse
banged her
out?
cousin? No.
A dress, some perfume, my pearl necklace from the jeweler's. Not too
She's
much.
she's the weird art lady.
Must look my best tonight.
Keeps trying to get me.
Tonight? Wow. Of
Tell,
course. Is this legal?
what the fuck was that?
Of course it's legal. Whatever can you mean?
Was there a dude hiding
Go
behind her
on,
desk?
dear. Hurry!
Yeah, there is. Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, you guys gotta stop sending your messages at the exact same time. That's freaking me out. I have slept too much. She looks oddly like Chicken Banger. Probably this year is the year of the cousin fucking. Yeah, there's a lot of cousin fucking. What am I even doing? I'm Tom. What's going on? Hey, I'm getting sick. I don't like it. I don't know why I'm getting sick either. Makes no sense. Chicken cousin Wood? I don't even know what you mean. I'm confused, lost. I don't know why you try to type chicken banger out. I don't. I just went with it. I didn't know.
Slide on in, relax.
Why'd anyone throw this away?
What the fuck, dude? Leave me alone.
Hello. You know
This
you
might
should
be
try the new
useful.
Aquaberry vest. Very popular with the better.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Use the fucking... What did I do? Move! I don't know what's going on. This is just fucking chaos.
Be quick, alright? What have we here?
That bike better still be here. Actually, I don't need it. I can just go to the damn bus stop.
I don't lose people!
You fucking bitch. Oh my god, dude. Let's not talk about that shit. Let's just take this woman the stuff that she needs and not talk about any of that ever again. Here's your shit, please.
Here you go.
Oh, Jimmy, what took you so long? Thanks.
No problem. Oh, man, I can't believe this.
Yeah, I
First
enjoyed
time
Harry
with a
Potter more than
teacher.
this game too. This game is
Man,
fucking
this is
kind of
gonna be
boring.
Great.
Hey, Jimmy, what
I
are
just
you
want it to be
doing here?
done.
Nothing. What are you doing here?
Ah, well, it's a little awkward, but since you've been such a good friend to me, Ms. Phillips, she's asked me, of all people, can you believe? She's asked me on a date.
Wait. she
Okay,
asked you?
congratulations.
I think
Why
you're
are there all the
mistaken.
teachers dating each other?
what?
What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think
There
there's
no,
been
like-
some sort of mistake. You sure you haven't been hitting the bottle again?
No.
Professional
I mean,
thing here? I don't.
Yes, I am sure.
Well, okay.
All right, I don't give a fuck. Well, there's my food being done. Let me go get that out of the oven real quick. I can't save here, cool. I don't want to leave this game. Second I do, it's gonna crash. To be honest though, like all Rockstar games are like this. They're so fucking boring.
It'd be really cool if you could help me.
It's like the same 5 things you do over and over and over again. In this game, there's no sniper rifles or anything, so I can't even, like, shoot something. I gotta go get this stuff in the oven. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You enjoyed Garden of Banban? Like, I can only play one game one way once. Can't go back. I don't even think the next one is out yet. I'll look right now, at the risk of my game crashing again. Yeah, it's not. Another one isn't out yet. Like, the thing about these games, too, they never actually announce when they're going to fucking release them. Or at least I haven't paid attention. So I'm just going to use that as a coping mechanism to ignore it coming out later. Flipping through some games I could play next. Like, a lot of the games I actually like playing is like a long JRPGs. So that's like the shit I usually play by myself. And I don't want to have to fucking read the shit. Shut up. Found a game that would be fun for the Fuse to play. Alright.
Get away, foul
That was the
vision
first
of
one.
hell!
That
sir,
Lowe's making
you sent
people
for me?
so upset.
Death
Yeah.
stalks me, but I've seen the light. I know you're
Jesus
not
Christ,
there,
what is up this?
Dr. Watts, sir, it's Hopkins. It's me, not the devil. He
Quit
couldn't make
sipping
it.
on the whatever you're fucking
Oh,
Are you okay?
cooking over
What
there,
did you
dude.
do?
I was
What happened
mixing
when you-
chemicals for my research when there was an explosion. The vapors
Jesus
have got
Christ,
to me
dude.
again.
Oh, cool.
I see all of the triplets came. Oh,
Triplets? Whatever.
such is the life of a scientist, Hopkins. The suffering can be terrible. Now listen.
What are you talking
Word
about
is
right now,
you're
dude?
quite the problem solver. I've got a business proposition.
I'm listening.
I do too.
In my
Close your
spare
fucking
time,
mouth.
I produce certain chemical compounds with certain properties. I need some of them delivered to my customers around town. Quick though, they need them urgently.
All right,
Go pick up the stuff from my lab
Ultimate
technician.
sheep
He's
raccoon.
in town, in Trailer Alley.
I'm on it.
I'll look it up after I do this mission. Because my game's gonna crash at any moment. What does it even want me to do? How am I supposed to get all the way the fuck over there?
You really need to get better.
Good lord, it wants me to go so fucking fast. Get the fuck out of the way. Let go! Oh my god, dude. I don't think this was the right idea. This was bad. I just fucked it. I fucked this all up. I'm gonna have to redo this.
Being alone.
Unplugged. I think that's the same people that made Garden of Banban made that. So, I don't know if it's cool or not. Holy shit, I'm not gonna make it. Oh my god, what is it? Alright, barely made it.
Mr. Watts sent me. Something about some deliveries?
Holy shit. I need a bite. Like now. You! Bitch! Oh my god, what? Come here, I need your bike. Lola. Give me your bike. You don't need it. No, what the fuck?
But cool in its own way.
I didn't do anything but throw her off the bike. Holy shit, I'm running out of time. I need my bike. You, give me your bike. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Give me the bike.
What's with the random aggro?
Alright, now I need to figure out where I'm going. Up here. Here's your shit. Take it. Take the stuff. What am I supposed to... Here. About that unplayed game? Yeah, I've seen it. It's... Fuck! I've seen people... Like, it actually looked kind of interesting. Then it's made by people who don't know how to make a fucking game. Where am I supposed to be going? Now look, I'm all for playing a bad game. Bad games are some of the most fun games. Unless it's that fucking one game in the office where I had to go into, fucking A, dude, move. But that office and fight that clown or whatever, that was gay as fuck. That was the worst game I ever played in my life.
Thank you, my friend.
I will say that's probably way worse than Garden of Banban.
I'm in your debt.
Pummel Party. Move. Right, I gotta... It's almost fucking midnight, dude. Where the hell? Yeah, I have to get back to the school. My bad. Don't care. Jesus Christ, this bike. Whatever, we're close enough.
One man or girl's laundry is another man's ecstasy. Thank you! Your parents should be ashamed. You, come over here.
What the fuck did I do? Fuck off. Well, the game that I think I'm gonna actually play next is probably Hollow Knight. It's a game I never actually played. I don't know what the fuck I did.
You'll be prosecuted to the Woolworth prefect. Halt immediately.
I'm gonna be prosecuted to the worst what the fuck is this game?
Hey, where's your pass?
Ah,
Well, my thing is, I don't really like 2D games.
I
I
said
don't
I'd
like
do it.
platformers at all. I hate them. I've always hated them. So I don't know. The game may get finished, it may not.
Jimmy comes through again.
What's that I saw moving about over there?
Just leave me alone. Let me go to my fucking room.
You! What is the meaning of this? You think you can give me a hand?
No, I'm not giving you a hand. I'm getting chased by fucking 5 dudes right now.
Hey,
Why the fuck would you think I would help you? There's also a couple Castlevania games that I've been wanting to play since they came out that are like the 3D action games. Hell, I'm gonna be honest with you, Kat. Like I looked through that game.
I wish someone would
I'm not gonna lie. If you can't get through that worm boss, like that game's brutal. One of those games where I don't think I'd be able to finish the game. Hey, Marshall. So I don't know if I'm coordinated enough to beat Silk Song. It'd be like one of those games,
But at least I've got loser friends to
you know,
hang
you
out
hand me
with,
the controller
whatever.
to beat the
We wouldn't
level
let
for you,
into
and then
our
I
gang,
can't beat
Pete.
the fucking level
Because
either.
you're weird.
And then we're just
Weird.
stuck.
Look at you. You've got a weak bladder. Hey, Algie, I need some help. I've got a plan to take over those jock scum. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, so what do you say, Algie?
Us help you?
Yeah, think of everything I've done for you since I got here.
You? You're like a bouncer. We're a bit above helping people like you. I mean, get real, duh. Pea stain. Now you need my help. Forget it.
Damn! Well, you know what you gotta do now, don't you? What, beg? No, get to Ernest.
I need a plan, a goal, something. I'm just taking out the trash.
He's at the observatory, but don't tell him I told you.
I have to stay focused if I'm going to get that academic scholarship.
It's not that bad. Dude, I watched... You're just gaslighting me, because I watched somebody
Forget it. You're not getting
platform through an automatic fail location.
It's 1138.
And what am I supposed to do? But like this fucking volcano part, and make it through it almost completely, what seemed like completely perfectly. And they had to do this weird charge jump thing at the end of this volcano, and they mistimed it just a half a second and died right before they could finish the thing. So they had to restart all the way from the bottom of that volcano. That's, to me, I do that twice, I quit the whole game. What the fuck? Move out of the way! Get out of the fucking... Holy shit, dude. Well, you drew a dick on Marshall's forehead? When the hell did you do that? The fuck is going on in here? What the hell happened? I'm so confused.
Are you still trying, Jimmy? You are bloody-minded. I have to give you
The controls are so good you want to do it again. Nah, that's not the way games work for me.
before he damages the Transformer.
The controls can be smooth as fuck, and I just not even want to do it. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Ow, ow, ow. Dude, stop. Holy shit, dude.
He can try, but he won't break down the door.
I'm gonna go Snicker Snack.
Fuck off. I have like 3 health. I already know these bitches are coming this way, so... Oh. Okay, I hear you. Who is shooting at me? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like in fucking try-hard mode right now, just breaking down a door. Check the side chat of Jazz. This is where I
Ernest,
drew
what are you
dicks on
doing?
everyone's
Give
because
it up,
they're
Dork.
having a
You work for me
sleepover.
now.
You're pathetic. You've defeated my weakest compadres. You've just met your match.
I want us to be friends. I need your help.
I've had friends like you. The kind who treat you like dog muck on their shoes. No thanks, bud.
Come on.
It's my brains against your brawn. Welcome to hell, Jimmy Hopkins. You guys treat us nerds like dirt. One day you'll regret it. Watch out! Flying potatoes! Got a present for you!
Jesus. What the fuck?
This is for you, Jimmy!
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I have chicken legs. So
What?
Huh? Why do you have to be such a bully, Jimmy? Why?
I'm not even the biggest bully here.
Maybe now
Are you
you'll
son of a
listen to me.
bitch?
Here, just take it. You're just like everyone else, picking on the little man.
I'm not like everyone else. Honestly. Now listen, we both want the same thing, to teach those jocks a lesson. From now on, we're buddies.
You have a funny way of showing friendship.
We're friends. We work together.
Oh, damn. Alright. I just gotta save real quick.
Why can't there be a school just for Jim?
Why am I so fucking... Why am I in the way back here?
How's an egg? You think hey, Jimmy?
I am a bully. Yeah, you work out. You can be nice and be a bully at the same time. Called passive aggressive. Called being passive aggressive.
Can you help me, sir?
We're a bunch of bullies.
I'm sure
Commission my character as a bad boy smoking. I'm Jimmy bullying all into me. Yeah.
You think you could give me a hand?
Yeah, I called her passive aggressive, yeah. Maybe a little bit. Even so, that's probably like the one thing I've never actually seen her do is be passive aggressive. Usually she's just full on aggressive.
library finds are unfair. That shirt is... never mind. That's really funny. Hello. Nice to see you.
Oh, hey, Jimmy. Hey, Pete.
Yo, Jimmy, I'm over here. Give me 5, dude.
No.
Yeah, well.
You're either
cat.
aggressive aggressive or
Looks like your
passive
homies
passive.
took care
Yeah, I
of some
agree with
lanes
that.
for us.
What are you talking about?
Don't get fresh with your homies.
Can you please talk normally?
This is my normal style of rapping, bro.
All right, enough. What's my quest?
Ah, right. Salutations, Sir James. It
Oh
seems
my
my
god,
clever
you fat
brethren have
fuck.
taken
Zip up
control
your
of the
pants and
funhouse
tell
of
me
the
what I'm
park.
supposed to do.
Well done. All that education and now you run a funhouse? Genius.
You simple-minded, noble foot soldier. The football team is going to be there this afternoon. You could really cause them some problems.
Okay, explain it to me on our way over.
There's not much to explain. Just access the control rooms through the maintenance doors. Then do your thing.
Cool.
Moonwalk. Oh, ooh, yeah.
What up, Appa? John? Bear? Didn't say hi to you. Just because I don't like you. Well, this is the thing, right? I've seen Cat from going extremely passive to extremely aggressive in 0.02 seconds. It happens, like it changes pretty quick.
I don't see why I haven't.
Where am I supposed to go? Why the fuck do I have to go way the hell over there?
Ever been to a martial arts tournament?
John Barrett's is feminist? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. You're just a girl, yeah. I might be dumb, but I have never seen her aggressive. She responds to people attacking her. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she's not justified in being aggressive. But I'm saying, like, I've seen her go from being completely passive to basically ripping someone's throat out or making them look like a... absolutely decimating them in the course of like 2 seconds. It's pretty impressive, actually. I can't. What is this?
Please, I have no. Stop moving around.
I'd love to help the nerds, but fuck off. Get out of the way, nerds.
I'm so glad you got here, Jimmy. The jocks have taken over. You gotta get us out of here.
Yeah, Kat's really good. Like, she has really good debate instincts. But only sometimes... Like, this is just me being honest, because I won't lie about when it comes to debate stuff at all. The construction of the arguments could use a little work, and the verbiage use. Those are the only 2 things that I would say need to be worked on. And once she does that, she'd absolutely crush everybody. It wouldn't matter the top. Jesus Christ! Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can tell you're good at arguing, Kat. You probably are better at arguing. Most people, but when it comes to like debate, sort of, man, it's just the structure stuff. Yeah, I would say most of the stuff that happens online is just arguing. That's why people can not create a logical. Oh shit. That's why there's a lot of people online who can't make actual.
Let's see how tough you really are.
Like they can't actually debate certain topics, but they're really good at arguing, so they don't feel like they need to. Like most of the places I go to are just people arguing, not actually debating.
Your task is complete, brave knight.
I don't want to help these people. Let me out of this fucking place. Andrew versus Dave Smith? Yeah, it sucked because Dave Smith had no ability to answer any of the questions. Yeah, I know what you mean, because like this is the thing, right? I'm all for being like I'm okay with aggressive debating. I don't care if somebody calls me stupid or whatever. If that's the debate, we could do this. The only thing about it is don't bring up shit. Good lord, what is fucking wow, fuck. I'm not even paying attention. I'm getting my ass beat. Am I gonna have to redo all of that? Yes, I am. Thank you. Oh my god. I can't. I'm actually about to go fucking crazy right now. Yeah, like, this is the thing. Like, I could take people being aggressive, attacking me, or calling me stupid or whatever. Just like... The thing I can't take is people pretending to be a friend. Pretending. That's what it is. I don't like having people that I talk to for a year go at me personally just because they're embarrassed because they're doing something embarrassing, so they're trying to embarrass me. When they can't even embarrass me, actually. That's the thing. I'm not embarrassed about any of the way that I treat things in life. I have my reasons that I do the things that I do. If people don't want to understand why I do that, that's on them. So, my favorite is when people ask if I have a husband or kids when discussing family topics. I don't like people pretending to be patient. Well, like, I would say about, I just went to sleep by accident. I was going to do the mission again. But, like, and I will say this about what Karen was saying the other day. The way that he went at you, Emmett, and you, Kat, that was fucked up and had nothing to do with any kind of argument. He couldn't even construct an argument out of it. The way he came at me, he could have, but he didn't. Because his argument could have been, why should we take any advice you have if you are a failed patriarch? That would have been a perfectly valid argument that he could have made, but he didn't. All right, what's the class? Jesus Christ. Oh, no, it's fucking math class, isn't it? No, it's chemistry. We're good.
Please leave your assignments on my desk as you enter. Oh, right. I didn't give one.
All right, you know, one of my really favorite arguments that I hear pretty much every weekend for the past fucking year of my life is,
Very good. Carry
I
on.
don't think I've been this longer than you, thus, you can't actually
Keep paying
contend
attention.
with anything I'm saying, and I don't have to contend with anything you're saying at all.
Fascinating, isn't it?
That's my favorite fucking retarded argument of all time.
Factory work, James. I'll see you next class.
I'm good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He could have made an argument about me being a failed patriarch, but I would have turned it back on him. So he could have done it, he just didn't do it.
You know, that's true.
Well, I think that you could make a type of argument that's what you're talking about. I think there is some argument that could be made whether if you have failed personally at it, why should we take your opinion on it? There's a perfectly good, you can make an argument out of that, but it is ultimately like, it wouldn't matter by the end of it, because if I'm saying the same things as someone who knows what they're doing, like, it doesn't actually, at the end of the day, make a difference. But there is a type of argument that could be made in good faith to show what are your, like, actual intentions of talking about it. Because if you're a Christian and you live a Christian lifestyle, right, and say you failed at it, and say that you are purposely going out of your way to
Oh, hey,
do
Jimmy.
something that has
Yo, Jimmy!
that is antithetical to the Christian lifestyle, then at that point, if you were in pursuing that, that means you can no longer make an argument to me. At least, I don't know if I'm explaining that very well. My fucking brain is melted right now. Also, failing at something gives you more and different insight to the topic. Yeah, and like, this is the thing, like, I don't mean to sound arrogant or whatever. I'm sure there's things I could have done better in my marriage, right? But I don't know if there's a whole lot more I could have done. There's some things I could have done. I don't know if there's actually a lot of things I could have done different. I think a lot of it was just set up to fail immediately and not by me.
I don't understand why you'd wear that on your...
I need a French girl.
You finishing Bully today? I'm gonna try. The game doesn't crash a trillion times.
Real learning is unstructured. That's what I've always said.
All right, English class, I got this. Well, immediately I see this.
Good one.
Then I see this. Whoa.
Try again, James.
What?
Well done. That's right. Good show.
Shit, I need to think for a second. All right, be careful with that. Yeah, my old one.
Keep it up.
Slime. No.
Good one.
Alright, this is what I don't like about this game, is the fucking timers. Oh, yeah.
Good one.
Slam, yeah. I'm trying to eat at the same time too, so think. Lie. Lie would be a word.
Good one.
Lies would probably be another word.
Good one.
Time. Yeah. Wait. Oh, lime. I already got lime, I think. Yeah, I got lime. I just need another 10% and I pass. And take the last few bites of this food real quick. All right.
I don't think that's
No.
in the dictionary.
I think. Shit. This is where I'm starting to. Okay. Let me think. Mess? Okay. Did I get mess? No, I don't think I got mess yet.
Good one.
Oh, yeah.
Good one.
Sim. Maybe.
I'm
Nope.
afraid
Fuck.
that's not English.
I need like one more. Damn it, why did the smart one have to leave? Let me think. Did I put less? Do I have less? Yes. Mess. Fuck. Leslie. I don't think there's two L. There's only one L. Hell, I'm just gonna look up one more word. Fuck it. I'm not redoing this. I'm not failing this class. I just need one word. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. All the words that I just looked up are basically the same words that I've been using.
Good one.
Wait, that's not enough to pass? Fuck. No.
Good one.
Wait. Shit. Holy fuck.
You remind me of myself.
I just had to get a 56. That was lucky. That was a fucking... Okay, that was clutch. Like, all the fucking words that I looked up from that cheat sheet is just basically everything we've said except S at the end.
Out of my way.
Anger management is overrated when you can beat people.
I was just pulling your leg.
Don't be stupid. I don't ever want to.
It was easy. There we go. Done.
Alright, need to save.
Help your fellow Bulworth Academy.
Kiss my ass.
Yes. May I help you?
Holy shit, dude.
Hey, Miss Phillips.
Hey, Jimmy.
So what really happened to Mr. Galloway? Where did he go?
It's a sad story, but... well, sometimes when grown-ups get upset, they respond in the wrong ways, and, well... small problems get bigger, and that's really the
What the
thing
fuck are you talking
being an
about?
adult.
Miss, I'm not 5. My mom's been married 5 times, and I've been expelled from 7 schools.
Yeah, why don't you,
Yeah.
you know...
He's a drunk. Stupid man couldn't control himself. Damn him!
Thank
I
you for finally
love
stepping it up.
him. But that wretched ogre Hattrick guilt-tripped him into committing himself into the asylum to get dried out.
Oh.
Only someone could get in there and tell him to get out. I'll take care of him.
Why don't you go?
Because that
I don't know
loveless
if that's
scumbag
gonna work.
Hattrick told him not to let me in. Said I was a bad influence.
Don't
Sounds
you worry,
like it, 'cause
miss.
he's been an
I'll get him
alcoholic this
out.
whole time,
Okay.
like...
Meet me near the
I don't
asylum
think you're doing
tonight.
too good of a job.
I'll be there.
And Jimmy?
Yes, Miss Phillips?
It's Ms., not Miss.
Oh, right.
What the fuck is the difference? Like, I actually don't know the difference. I guess Miss would be like Mrs. Ms. What would Ms. even stand for? That doesn't even make any sense. Ms. What? Wait, I don't understand. I don't get it.
You're a nice person, right?
Like, I actually don't get it. Like, Mr. and Mr. Like, Mr. and Mr. Like, Mr. would just be... That's just it, right? Mr. is just it. There's no... Yeah, I don't understand what... Is Ms. some sort of new feminist word that I just never caught up on?
Hi, it's me, Sheldon.
I'm gonna actually Google this in a second, because I'm actually genuinely confused. I don't...
Dumbass. Stupid hat. Should I just go to the gym?
Because the only thing I can think of is that Ms. would just mean single woman. And I don't understand what's the point of announcing that. And I don't know if there's a version of... Is there a version of that? I gotta look it up. This is... I'm sorry, I gotta do this. What? I think I already figured it out. Yeah, Ms. is a neutral title for any woman regardless of marital status. What is the male version of Miss? There's no direct masculine equivalent to Miss. That doesn't make any sense. Why is the English language so fucked? I guarantee you Bet if I look in the history of the word Ms, it's just gonna be feminist shit. Probably nobody really paid attention or gave a fuck until they did.
So much stuff just lying around.
John Barrett, you need to be answering for this. You're supposed to be the resident feminist.
Jimmy, I'm glad you made it. Please hurry and try to talk some sense into him. I'll be waiting for him at the asylum gates.
Don't worry, miss.
It would be sir,
Thank you so much.
but I would think sir would just be more like a title. I don't know. Ms., sir. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, I see it now. I don't even remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Getting this dude out of this fucking... What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
Let's be friends, but don't anger the Watcher.
What? No, I... Yeah, that didn't do anything. Yeah, this is the thing, right? I have a feeling that this is about to piss me off really bad. Why am I walking in circles? Dude, you need to fuck off. So how do I do this? Oh my god, dude, quit. There's a garden gnome there too. So it's a button. No, no, you motherfucker!
Have access to these here parts.
Oh my god, dude. Great. That was awesome. I just wanted to look up. I was trying to switch to something. It brings out the skateboard and makes him stand up, and I fucking hate this game. What? What are you talking about? What? And it wants me to do all of that. Alright, so we're playing Hollow Knight. Because that's the gayest shit I've ever seen it in my fucking life. Oh, apparently I don't have Hollow Knight installed, so we're not playing Hollow Knight. Oh my god, dude. What do I have installed? Holy shit. I can't believe that fucking shit. I like actually can't believe that shit. Let me see. Um, I might just see if this game will work. I don't know. I haven't tested this game. This is kind of one of those games I was thinking of just playing whenever I just felt like mostly talking or doing debate reviews or something. But yeah, that's a required mission to complete that whole game. That means the game's not getting completed. Just letting everybody know, if there's ever a part in a game that's similar to that, that means the game's not getting finished. It just never will ever be finished. Because fine, if they caught me, threw me out, and I could come back in and redo it, that's cool. But immediately failing me because I didn't fucking crouch, that's nuts. And I've beaten that game before when I was a kid, so I must have just just grinded through it. That shit's gay as fuck. Let me see, I gotta get to the fucking... Yeah, I'm playing Warhammer 40k Dark Tide. Let's get it up real quick. What is this? It's the different classes. Well, probably a Psyker, what I usually play. I'm usually a Psyker or a fucking Zealot in these times. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick Psyker. I don't like it, I can switch later. Homeworld, I literally don't care. Is there a point? I don't give a shit. Good lord. Oh, this is like a full-fledged, like, custom shit game. Alright. Pale. Bald is fun. I need a big ass beard. Oh, that's awful. Really, that's good. Want to do debate reviews? I might in a second. I don't know quite yet. So my brain is fucking fried. I might try, but I'm not gonna. I'm like slightly above average, right? So there.
It seems that no matter how...
No.
I've dreamed many dreams before.
I should have known the enforcers would not tolerate me.
No, I'm not. I'm not Nigerian. So. Disobedience, real implied. Addition. Violation of duty, misplaced faith. We'll just do that. Let's see how the game runs in a second. I may have to change the resolution, but it'll be fine. Trying to think of there were a few debates that Speakeasy did recently, but I don't. JS was supposed to have one, but I think what's his name got sick. I'm not watching that. Like, I don't... There's the Steelborn and Leaf Kai, whatever his name. I'm not doing that one, though. That's just...
Prisoners all secure, ma'am.
I guess we could do the Electoral
I'll
College
check for
one.
myself if you don't mind.
Of course, ma'am. But do be wary. Every one of them's a filthy heretic.
Seeing if there
That one
was
certainly
just a
is.
regular video on
Keep him intact. No accidents. My master wants to interrogate him as soon as we reach the hive.
Of course, ma'am. Upon my life.
This one, however.
Makes you wonder why we even bother shipping trash like that. Save a lot of data slate work just to process the execution notice now.
What do you say, criminal?
Yeah,
Shall I put you
Marte
out of
won
your
that
misery?
debate, but like,
And ours.
it's also like a debate topic I don't really give a shit about.
Well, nothing to say?
This is a mistake. I am a loyal servant of the throne.
But of course. I'll just let you out now, then.
Shame you'll never get to prove that.
Throne of Terror! We're boarded!
Catapult now!
I don't know where this will be a good placement for this, so we'll just put it here for now. Dark Hairs? I don't think I've heard. I don't think I've seen that yet. Like, this is my thing about 40K. Like, I like 40K. I'm just not. I don't know a lot about it. I know a little bit about it. The thing I know more about is like the fucking. What to do? This one was interesting. This debate actually was interesting because it gave me like a lot of material
I
to,
don't like it down here,
for my
beloved.
monarchy argument.
Beloved, why won't you speak to me?
Rogue Trader, I already played that game. I played the shit out of that game. Well, I didn't play the shit out of it. I played it one way through. Alright. We'll get it started.
Yeah, okay. First off, I wanted to thank Speakeasy
Yeah,
and
super
Wicked Wally
quiet.
for doing this debate. Hopefully we'll have a really good discussion. So I want to start off by saying that the Electoral College doesn't actually do what people tend to claim that it does. And that's either historically or currently. So if we look at historically, I want to start with by reading Federalist, part of Federalist 68, which was written by Hamilton, and he was discussing the goals of the Electoral College. And as I read this, I want everybody in the audience to the past 30 years or as long as you can remember, and regardless of your party, ask if the Electoral College is actually accomplishing the goal that Hamilton said that it was supposed to accomplish. He said, the process of election affords a moral certainty that the office of president will never fall to the lot of any man who is not in an eminent degree endowed with the requisite qualifications. It will not be too strong to say that there will be a constant probability of seeing the station filled by characters preeminent for ability and virtue. Does anybody actually think that that's the case? I don't think so. I don't think that it's consistently provided that result. In fact, the Electoral College doesn't even really function as it used to anymore. If we look back to the first
Yeah, it
ballots,
doesn't
when there
function
were
at all
general
because it's been
elections,
circumvented. But anyway,
Washington wasn't even on the ballot. People were supposed to vote for non-office holders from their community, and there were actually no presidential candidates. And then those non-office holders would get together and they would vote on who they thought would be president. Currently, there are 37 states plus Washington, D.C., which have faithless elector laws, which means that electors can't, they don't have their own will. They have to vote a certain way, depending on the state. And so due to that, I mean, the historical purpose is just gone. So whatever the historical purpose of the Electoral College was, that just doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, it doesn't
Now, if we look
because
at the more modern defenses of the Electoral College, those
different
also
states decide to
examine them
run their
still hold
elections
any water.
very poorly.
For example, I suppose Wicked Wally might say that it gives smaller states a voice. But there's actually no evidence that candidates spend any time appealing to Wyoming, North Dakota, New Hampshire, or Vermont. In fact, most of the resources went to 7 states. So in 2024, 94% of all events, 70%
Well, yeah, that
campaign spending
so
went to 7 states.
that right there is not really a criticism on the Electoral College. That's more so just a general criticism of democracy in general. Yeah, the Electoral College is meant to spread it over so it's not just 2 states they focus on. So it being 7 or some of the swing states, that's still better than what would be a basically just raw popular vote. It would be worse. It'd be worse than it would be way worse because then there's just 2 states. Why would anybody go anywhere but California and New York? They would focus on those 2 states and rely on their base people who just vote red or blue no matter what. But that's not really a. So I don't understand how he can think that that's a criticism of the Electoral College. That's just a criticism of democracy in general. It's made less bad with the Electoral College. It's not made worse.
With the most of those going to the largest of those states and not the smallest of those states. Virtually no time or resources were spent trying to hear the voice of people in New Hampshire, Vermont, Wyoming, or North Dakota. Sometimes people might say, well, it forces candidates to build broad coalitions. But once again, that's not true. They focus on 7 to 12, depending on the
I
year.
agree.
States,
Democracy is not about building broad
In those
coalitions.
states,
It's about
candidates focus on shifting small percentages
building a base
and
and
not forming broad coalitions.
trying to argue over the swing states
In fact,
or the swing
if you want to look
districts.
at broad
Even
coalitions, it took Trump 42 states. to
all you're
win
doing is making the
popular
problem
vote
worse.
In 2024, it took Biden the same in 2020. 42 states. Okay. Now, by comparison, for the Electoral College, Trump only needed 21 states, and he didn't need a single vote from any other state to win the Electoral College. in
Yes, and if it
2024.
was
Biden only needed votes from
the way he
17
wants it to be, it'd only be 2
in
states.
2020 to
I
win the
don't.
Electoral College, versus both of them needing 42 states to win the popular vote. So I think needing votes
2,
from
maybe
42
3.
states would be a broader coalition than needing votes from 17 to 21. Now, if you might say some kind of variation of it keeps California and New York, or Los Angeles, New York City, or Chicago. It keeps those big cities or big states from controlling elections. Well, first off, that isn't true. States and
Well,
cities.
it is true, because if it was just popular vote, those are the 2 most populated states. Those have the most ability to swing the elections in either direction. Like, this is the thing.
Great.
Like, it's true
Blood too, criminal.
that even Trump right now won the popular vote, even without those 2 states winning. But even within the system that we have, I still think California has way too much power, because they're allowed to have illegal immigrants control their, I forgot what it's called, their population. Like, they have more electoral votes than they should, just based on the way that they,
I did.
just based on them doing legal fuckery in their state to allow them to do that. So does New York. So even within the system right now, within the Electoral College, New York and California have too much power, even within that system, but it's also shit. But it's still not as bad as it would be. Hold on. Dude, get the fuck out of the way.
Are homogenous. They don't vote 100% of the way.
Yeah, it's
in
not
fact,
about
because of the
100%.
winner-take-all system actually allows states to act as if they were homogenous, with just 50% plus 1 of the vote. And we can dig into the
Yeah, it just
numbers on that.
Like, it just makes different parts of the states not worth going to. It makes only the cities really worth trying to convert one way or another. I mean, even the system right now, like, I don't think he quite understands that we live pretty much in a system that's as close to what he would want as possible without it being just completely retarded and unfair.
Hopefully throughout in the open discussion. So in addition to the Electoral College not doing what people in the past or currently say that it does, it just isn't a good system. And we know this. If we look at every single elected
So the reason it's not a good system, and I would agree with them that it's not, is that it's 2 systems combined together. It's not what the original intent, what the Electoral College was meant to do. But it's also because they've put in a bunch of shit that makes things run on popular votes. So yeah, it's not a good system. It's an inconsistent, retarded system, but that's because of the changes that people like him had advocated for. So just making it consistently more and more based on mob rule doesn't make it better.
office.
Actually makes it worse. I want less people voting. I don't want more people voting. I want way less people voting. I don't think you should be able to vote unless you're a member of a church or in the military. I think those 2 things are the only thing that I can think of that would grant you the ability to vote. Even owning businesses, I don't think is enough, because I think if you own a business in a state, or if you own the business within the nation itself, does that mean that you're providing anything besides what the market wills you to do? Not really. I mean, you can say that you're providing like what the nation needs through that, but it's also like that's not really a service that's you profiting on. Anyways, my brain's fucked up. I can't really. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't think the only two solid sets of people, two categories of people that could really be voting and have a good reason to vote is people who go to the church and people who are at least a part of a church and people who are in the military. Those both of those are service based. I don't think that businesses are purely so like they're not purely based on the service they provide. They are based on profit, which twists and kind of corrupts I think what the government should be focused on. I think it should be focused on that to some degree, but not nearly as much as it currently is right now.
In the United States, at every level,
And I think allowing them to be one of the people that vote would make it worse.
The votes of the constituency equally. So if you look at his mayor, his constituents are the people in the city. All the votes within that city are counted equally. We don't say, no, in the 250 years of America's experience, nobody's ever said, well, wait, shouldn't we count people who live in a cul-de-sac with 6 houses? Should we count their vote more than people who live on a house, on a street with 100 houses? Right? We have to protect the people that live in cul-de-sacs. Never has anybody ever suggested that in 250 years. Because it would be absurd. If somebody suggested that, they would say, okay, that's kind of ridiculous. Everybody's votes should count equally. And the constituency of the presidency is the people of the United States. And so the constituents should have their votes count equally for the president of the United States. But if we're in the idea of weighting votes to protect minorities, doing it on a state basis.
Okay, so no, it's not. Okay, so what he's saying right now is that everyone's vote should be the same. Why? Why should somebody that goes to church on a consistent basis, contributes to his little portion of the state that he does to? Why does somebody who is in the military, who has service for the entire nation, why are these people? Why should their votes be equal? I don't think that there's a really good argument. Why should somebody who is a homeless dude who shoots up heroin constantly, why should his vote matter just as much as even somebody who lives in a cul-de-sac or owns a home, owns a little bit of property? Why would his vote need to count just as much as them? I don't think that's a question that he'd be able to answer without just asserting he should.
Kind of dumb, and it's kind of weird, right? Why don't we look at
advocating for his interpretation of what the Constitution
should get an outweighted vote, right, to protect their rights, or maybe people who have a minority of the wealth, maybe their votes should count more, right? Well, no, nobody would ever suggest those types of things, but for some reason,
I would say that a homeless man, their vote should not count at all, really, but should count way less than somebody who owns a home. I would 100% say that is a should. And I would say because one of them benefits from the state directly and wants the state to provide for them rather than them provide for themselves, and the person who owns a house at least has done something where they can
some people who live in some states, their votes should count.
I would say that the person who owns a home is at least contributing to the nation at large to some extent.
Weird way to decide whose votes we're going to count more than others. In addition to counting votes unequally, the Electoral College is actively dividing us. It creates a simple us versus them mentality. People view.
Okay, that's. Oh shit. That is once again a general criticism of democracy. Democracy does not unite a nation. It actually splits it apart. And what he's saying right now it's just a general criticism of democracy. Once you have everything working on just a pure popular vote, it'll actually make it worse. It'll make it way worse. It'll make it way worse. So I don't... You see, this is the problem, like, with a lot of the people on this side, is that they don't understand that what they're advocating for is a worsening of the system itself rather than any sort of patchwork that can make it somewhat fair. I don't know what he thinks he's actually arguing there. It shouldn't be him, but again, the problem is not even the elected. Yeah.
You coming or not?
Yeah, it's universal law.
Red states and blue states. Think about in the audience, everybody talks about, oh, this is a red state or this is a blue state. Everybody does that, and we only do that because of the Electoral College. And it sounds funny, but it's true. Nobody says a state is red or blue based on their state legislatures or governors, a majority of their cities, or their congressional delegation. No, because these all have wildly different results.
Right, and what he's arguing for is a pseudo-S city-state type system in which the mass majority of people who would try to get any sort of votes would be in these big cities like Atlanta, like Birmingham, Huntsville. They would only go there to really try to get their votes. So I don't actually understand how he supposes that actually fixes any type of problem. What it actually makes is these cities, these pseudo-S kind of elites that decide the fate of the nation. Meanwhile, rural people who actually provide for those cities get fucked because, you know, there's one of them for every 20 of them. So it doesn't make any sense. So there's 20 homeless dudes whose vote count, and they count 20 times more than the one farmer who's actually providing for the nation. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
For which states would be red and which states would be blue. Everybody looks at red state and a blue state based off of the Electoral College. And fun fact, the convention of using red states and blue.
Good Lord, what is all this unlocks?
Prior to that, different news networks used different colors for the parties. Some networks would use red for the Democrats and blue for the Republicans. Some even used yellow and green. You can go back and look in the 80s for election nights, and the electoral map looks all different. But in 2000, everybody started using red for Republican, blue for Democrat. And because of this simple, like, you look at a map and you see two colors, it creates this us versus them mentality, and it creates this, and that also is exacerbated by the simplifying effect of the 50% plus one, which is mob rule. This 50% plus one winner take all system. It helps foster that red versus blue mentality. But that's just not reflective of reality. In fact, California has more Republican voters than any other state in the union, but people think of that as a blue state. The states with the third most Democrat voters in the country, Texas and Florida. But nobody would say that those are blue states. So you might say, well, if
I would say Texas and Florida are red states. I'd say they're pretty solidly red, and the only reason that they're kind of purplish is because of the mass amount of Democrats that flee from the blue states, which suck ass.
It's not a new idea. Many of the founders at the convention actually argued for this. This includes James Madison, George Mason, John Dickinson, Governor Morrison, James Wilson. The last two wrote the preamble to the Constitution. And arguments presented against it at the time just don't
Why feudal lords were so important in the past, and they were able to properly,
13 states? Oh my gosh, they're so big and far apart. Nobody could possibly campaign in 13 states. In fact, efforts to reform or abolish the Electoral College started almost immediately. Hamilton advocated for changing it in the 1820s, and in the past 250 years, there have been more than 700 attempts to reform or remove the Electoral
this has
College.
nothing to do with the argument. He's just stating people in history who thought things should be different, okay? You're the one making the argument. You make the argument. Don't add. It's just appeal to authority or appeal to...
This is the trend of the institutions of the United States. Half the states didn't even have general elections for the president for the first several U.S. Presidential elections, and that counts South Carolina, which didn't hold any general elections until after the Civil War. Nobody, not even my opponent, will argue for that, returning to that system. And as Jefferson
Phil,
said,
hold on. What is he
we
saying?
hold these truths to be returning until presidential election. States didn't. This has updated our institutions in favor of giving more power to we the people. This is a good thing. Whether it's
Well, the
allowing
people are
black men to
dumb.
vote, women to vote, or directly
I don't
electing
think I
senators,
would ever
this is the
advocate
trend
giving
of
more to the
institutions
people.
of the United States. Half the states didn't even have general elections for the president for the first several U.S. Presidential elections, and that counts South Carolina, which didn't hold any general elections until after the Civil War. Nobody, not even my opponent, will argue for that, returning to that system.
Well, you're
as
advocating
Jefferson
for a
said,
system that's even worse, that
we
would
hold these truths
cause
to be self-evident,
probably
that
worse
all men are
problems.
created equal, and so our votes should be equal. The trend of expanding power to we the people and fulfilling Jefferson's promise should continue, with we the people of the United States electing directly and equally the President of the United States of America. Thank you.
Change the
Thank
sword.
you for that opening statement, Bass Guitar. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Wicked Wally for your opening statement. So, Wicked Wally, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so Bass Guitar took this basically where I was expecting him to take it 2 weeks ago when I started preparing for how this was going to go, with me being in negative. And we heard a lot about my popular vote, my equality,
How do I charge the sword? 5?
stuff I have heard before. And to start out, I'm just going to boil this down to as simple and basic of a logical explanation as I possibly can. A reason that we fought a war for independence is because we did not want to be ruled by a dictator from across the ocean without representation. We established the logic behind the Electoral College is that, say hypothetically, Maine, the people of Maine should not have to be ruled by the people in Boston just because Boston has a larger population and can outvote their population. The point of the Electoral College was actually to make presidential candidates campaign in more places. If, hypothetically, in the early days of our country, the most populous areas in the country consisted of Boston, Philadelphia, Richmond, Virginia, and maybe some small surrounding areas thereof, yes, you could literally have campaigned in those 3 cities and probably won a presidential election in those early days. That was the logic of the Electoral College, was to actually encourage candidates to do the opposite. And
yes, and
Electoral College doesn't.
This is the thing. Like, the Electoral College is meant to encourage it. It's not meant to completely solve the problem. Because I don't think that there's a really good way of perfectly solving the problem of what he's trying to debate for right here. I don't think there's a really good way of not making democracy mob rule. So I don't understand. At this point, maybe he's just advocating for, like, he is just advocating for mob rule. He'd have to explain why. But even within that, he'd have to explain how a homeless man, their vote should count as much as the farmer at this point.
Is basically the way it functions. It's a suggestion to presidential candidates that they ought go everywhere. They ought campaign in every state and be coming out with policies that are sensitive to the needs of Midwestern states, Northwestern states, agriculture-heavy states, industry-heavy states. They should be going everywhere and getting a comprehensive understanding of policies that work in different areas of the country. A voting population in Miami does not give a flying fuck about what farmers need.
Yep.
They don't care about what Wyoming about what might or might not be good from Wyoming versus for economic policies, for conservationist policies. They don't live there. They don't have to care. It makes much more sense that there's a system where every state is weighted somewhat for the purposes of and if we don't have a direct democracy, then who cares? We can have any kind of system in there that we want. I don't believe just a flat popular vote in America would not be practical, because it ultimately would just make it easier for one side to tilt the election in their favor. Now, going back to early in his opening, going over what states have been campaigned in just the last last few elections. Yeah, it's been well known since 2016. Trump focused on key battleground states because their electoral value, which a lot of it was some Midwestern states and areas like Pennsylvania, that had the ability with their electoral votes to tip the election in his favor. And he went into those battleground states with messages that were important to farmers, important to manufacturers, important to factory workers, important to the business owners. And that's how he won those states. Now, it actually,
right, and if he didn't have to do that, then he could just go to homeless shelters and give them a bucket of fucking.
Was intended. Now, he does bring up a fair point. Yeah, the Electoral College does not
function. Or just get a bus full of homeless people and get them to vote for him based on the fact that he'll give them more soup and they vote for him.
It's a default. The electoral vote just follows
overdoing what Trump
in
did.
That state automatically, and the electors don't have the freedom of their conscience when it comes down to who is president. And of course, because they have the majority, the states that don't have that as the
problem is everyone can fucking vote. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. The homeless man can still vote.
They just follow suit because at that point, what else is there to do for them? Now, this has somehow led. Now, the realities, which we can reform, have somehow led him to want to take this into an accelerationist mentality instead of how fast can we make this extinct and rip it apart and just get down to one person, one vote democracy in America, which with how many issues we already have with voter fraud and political division, we're only making things much worse. And I'm also going to point out that I'm very interested in another aspect of his opening statement, where apparently political division in the past 25 years is the fault of the Electoral College. The media making people more politically divided in the past 25 years is somehow the fault of the Electoral College. And even if you're going to go into the whole issue with Florida and when it was Bush versus Gore in 2000, fair enough. I can see why someone would make that argument, but really, I think the increased political division that we saw in 2000 would actually be more indicative of when we abolished the fairness doctrine, and come the 2000 election, people in the media could be as loud and proud of their preferences for candidates and their preferences on the issues and the parties. They didn't have to cover things in a balanced and non-divisive manner to inform the public like they used to when they're...
Yeah, but I would argue that now they're just able to be more open about what they're advocating for. I wouldn't say that those media companies were necessarily, all neutral. I would say they were more neutral, but they were not neutral. And also, what he's saying is that basically it's just given full ability for organizations to pay a place like CNN or MSNBC or Fox News a shitload of money to make them advocate for just one thing, whether it's good or not, based on party politics, which is, a criticism in general of democracy. It's not, I don't think that it's necessarily he's not criticizing it really, but you know what I mean.
Elections going on, because when you're
but also people can be swayed and bribed, like students with student loan debt. Yeah.
Around elections weren't as divisive in the late 80s and early 90s. That is absolutely.
And this is the thing too, is what you're saying with that is that a political person can promise things that... Oh shit, is my fucking... Hold on. Let me sure my... Okay, it's on push to talk. Just mute it. But, what was I saying? People can be swayed and brought, yeah. So, even political, or people who are running for president or governor or whatever, they can even promise things that are illegal to do. And push for it, knowing that it's never going to actually come to fruition, like Biden did with the student loan stuff. He tried to push it through and force it through because ultimately, at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is whether or not somebody is actually willing to do their job and their duty. Because if it, for instance, if the
That means I can't have you executed.
what was it called? The fucking Supreme Court wasn't, if it wasn't the way it is right now, all of those people would have gotten their student loans paid, and we'd just be even more further in debt.
Atoma's in trouble.
So the only reason it didn't, the abdication of responsibility didn't happen is because there were people there that actually followed what the rules, the laws of the system says it should. So that's the only reason why we didn't have to fucking pay all that shit. It's almost like there are reasons why these institutions exist to try to make sure that some retard who makes a stupid illegal promise can't push it through based on the fact they think it should be good to do, whether or not it's even feasible to do, first of all. Second of all, whether we're all morally obligated to pay for the upper middle class and the massive amount of debt that they get themselves into for fucking art degrees and social study degrees that don't provide anything to the society at all.
Correct. We also had the fairness doctrine in the late 80s and early 90s. So, the Electoral College, to me, really has nothing to do with the division in that respect. You could just as easily take it in the direction of the...
And another problem is that the health of the nation is no longer the main objective, but power and influence. Usually money becomes a problem too. Yeah. I think right now what is the biggest problem of the system that we have is that it is money-based. It's material-based. It's how much money you have equal how much power you have, because that means you can bribe more people and you can pay off more people and you can promise more people things for the sake of getting a vote. That's also a problem with just democracy as a system in general. I think it always ends up being that way, eventually.
Media being massively unregulated around the same time as far from a perspective of news coverage.
How do I not play a public game?
Now, I think it would be better for us to not only preserve the Electoral College system, because I
have no choice but to play public games. All right, whatever.
Vote does matter still matters under the electoral system, because it's telling rural states where there may be more small businesses than big, or more farmers than there's industry, that their vote matters too, and actually weighting it makes sure that those people in less populated areas who have their own needs that support the rest of this still get heard and still have a valuable input when it comes to that election. Now, as far as how we could improve it, I think there are definitely ways to do that.
Oh Lord, this is laggy.
If we were to go back to just straight up going, yep, the electors can now all vote their conscience, well, that might get more dicey today, but it would be better than getting the system back to the way it originally was intended to function.
Oh no, this is laggy as fuck. Oh, because my fucking internet's going out.
Right now, we have it in such a state that people can just go, well, do we save it or do we kill it? I really don't know. And people go, well, it would just be easier to kill off the system than it would be to fix it. I disagree. And with that, I'll yield the last minute.
Alrighty, thank you for that opening, Wicked Wally. With this, we're gonna get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal.
All right, I might not be able to actually play this game on stream because I just
bass guitar, and whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah. So Wicked Wally said, let's see. He said that it forces candidates to campaign in more states, but that once again we looked at that, and that isn't true.
I don't know. I can't get this game. Fuck it.
You know,
I'll just worry about the
campaign in more
debate.
states, or even in more diverse states. You know, even
It's
more
fucking
rural
lagging.
states. The two states that have the most farmers in the country are California and Texas, and nobody really campaigns there because those are locks. They're not battleground states.
So
Wicked Wally said, let's see. He said that it forces candidates to campaign in more states, but
yes, forces candidates to work in more states, not that it makes them go to all states. That's not the argument. It's more states, not all states. I don't think that anybody would ever make the argument that the electoral college purpose is to force candidates to go to all states. That's stupid. That's not. That's a fucking monolith that's undefendable. Like you can't make that argument, really. I don't think that there is a system that could ever be put in place that would force any candidate to be forced to go to every place or every state. You know, doesn't make any sense. There could be a way that you could do it. I think if you made each state more based, instead of popular vote, each one of the states also has their own electoral college within the state itself. You could probably get even more people going to you could probably get candidates to go to different parts of the state to try to win the entirety of that state rather than just go to the cities or advocating for the farmers and that. But I don't think that ultimately it would, nobody would ever, but the whole point is nobody would ever make the argument that it fixes the problem of ignoring some parts of the nation. Nobody would make that argument. Stupid.
That once again we looked at that, and that isn't true. It doesn't really force candidates to campaign in more states or even in more diverse states, even more rural states. The two states that have the most farmers in the country are California and Texas, and nobody really campaigns there because those are locks. They're not battleground states. So nobody really
because of the
cares.
popular vote. If there was an electoral college within in California and in New York, you could maybe even make an argument that they should be going there to try to win those types of elections. But if there isn't, then it's just based on a pure raw popular vote. Then yeah, those are places that would just get ignored.
All
right, maybe my internet's working now. I don't know. I don't even know if anybody heard anything that I was saying before. And I'm not going to repeat it.
But a farmer in Ohio or a farmer in Pennsylvania does. Also, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that I don't think the Electoral College.
So what did he say?
Why are those farmers not deserving of attention as someone in like Ohio? I don't know why that would be why a farmer in California doesn't deserve to have there to be appealed to, but a farmer in Ohio or farm.
Right. So what he's saying is he's giving broad. He's saying that it should be a broad policy that it goes across the entire nation, which doesn't necessarily work because the farmer in Ohio may have different issues within their state that could be helped by the federal government that they can't really be helped within California. California's problem is that their state taxes them so fucking much that they probably can't really do as much. And I mean, there's different types of issues. I think he's arguing for the broad appeal, which is what the federal government should be doing, I guess. But it's still, I don't see how the federal government or the presidency being a popular vote would necessarily fix all that. It sounds like it's more of a criticism of state governments too, which I don't know if I really like state governments.
Farmer in Pennsylvania does. Also, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that I don't think the Electoral College created political division, but I'm saying it exacerbates it by creating an easy us versus them mentality.
No, democracy. Democracy creates an us versus them mentality. That is the state of what democracy does to a nation. It creates an us versus them mentality rather than a state in which has a responsibility and a duty to its citizens. If the citizens then have a responsibility to themselves with, their own selfish vote, as they can vote for things that they really want rather than what is good for the plurality, then what happens is is division, hardcore division. I want this thing. I don't want to pay for college. You should pay for it. That's what it becomes about. I don't want to have to lose money growing corn. You should have to pay for me losing money. You should pay for the corn to make sure I don't lose money. These are the things that ultimately is, once again, a problem with democracy as a whole, and is not, you can't really narrow it down to just one system that makes it a little bit less bad.
Because everybody, when we talk about political division in this country, everybody talks about red states, blue states. Oh, they're just from a blue state. Oh, don't blow up my red state, right? And I'm saying,
no, this is not an argument. This is you not liking a narrative. Yeah, you don't like the narrative of red versus blue states. How does your system correct that, besides just giving the blue states way more power within a system that could be more easily manipulated and abused? I don't get what he's trying to argue for.
That simplistic way of saying red state, blue state, that is directly attributable to the Electoral College. That's exactly what people are talking about.
No, it's not. It's directly attributable to democracy as a whole. And I don't think that he can really, I don't see how he can separate that. And then my fucking internet's crashing out again. I may end up just having to stop because my fucking internet's not working. Let's see if it stops. All right.
People aren't, when they say like, oh, this is just a loser, blue state or, a dumb red state, they're not saying, that doesn't have anything to do with like the fairness doctrine. I'm saying that aspect.
Well, what's ultimately being said here is that what you're arguing for does not fix that problem. It doesn't fix it. What you're arguing for, a popular vote system, a winner-takes-all system. Like, what does he mean by that? Does that mean like each state should just count as one and everyone within that, or is he actually arguing that all the votes tallied together? Yeah, he would have to be arguing for all the votes being tallied together and just, 51%. Yeah, that's what he's arguing. So I don't understand what he's thinking, how this solves division by getting rid of the Electoral College. To me, it just makes the problem worse.
Of it is directly.
And the reason why it makes it worse is because you're basically taking what would be internal issues within states that would be worked out and then represented in the within the states themselves, which would work in a more akin to a system that he would want already. Then it would be expressed as the state being representative of the majority of that state. So I don't understand. I don't get it. The argument just there just doesn't seem to be an argument there.
Attributable to the Electoral College, just because it creates. I mean, the current president. I mean, he threw up the electoral map like behind. He had it behind the Resolute desk for like the first like 3 months of his thing, because that it does that. You see, oh, red, blue, red, blue. It creates that simple thing. So I wasn't necessarily saying that all of the political division is attributable to. In this country is attributable to the Electoral College. I'm just saying that I think it exacerbates it, and I think it worsens the issues that may have already been present, and may other factors, probably other factors that go into it. I absolutely would agree with that.
Okay, so there's other factors, there's other particulars that could make the system worse. You've already conceded to what I would think would be the majority of my argument, which wouldn't be necessarily that the Electoral College is a good system in which is used to govern over people. But you would say that it makes the problems that you see worse. And the problems that you see is that people are more divided, but also you would then concede that there's more particulars that would create a more divided system that would be worse. But I don't see how the Electoral College exacerbates it. It seems as though it tempers it. It slows it. It makes it where California can't just allow millions of people into their state and then let them count on the population maps and give themselves way more points, which they already do anyways. But also within that state, they are also allowing illegal immigrants to vote within their state, which means they could massively expand the voter base for what they want in their state. And that would then affect everybody. You understand that when you're arguing for this system, what you're also arguing for is more control within how elections work. Because once it goes off the popular vote, then the state would have a duty to make sure that illegal immigrants are not voting in elections. So your states that are blue right now ultimately could end up turning red because of the enforcement arm of the federal government having to ensure some sort of fairness within it. And if it doesn't, then it's a failed system. Who gives a fuck? It's all going to collapse. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. If the state's not doing its duty, it's just going to collapse. So you can make the argument, well, they're not going to do that. It's never going to happen. Okay, well then, I mean, it's self-defeating. The system that you're creating will implode. Yeah, division exists anyways, even without democracy as being the system in which governs the nation. There would still be divisions there. It's just about the different types of division. Right now, the different types of division are basically, I don't want to go to college, or I don't want to pay for me to go to college. I don't want to pay for my gender study degree. I want you to pay for it. And I want the college that's basically scamming me and giving me these and these banks that are giving me these predatory loans, which fucks up my entire life for a useless degree that will never be used anywhere. I want you to pay for that scam. I want you to pay for it. Why do I need to pay for that? I don't, and I shouldn't have to.
Fairness doctrine, the fairness doctrine being one of those. I kind of would just, I want to get more into the back and forth. So I don't know if we can take the extra 2.5 minutes and just add it to the back and forth, or what.
Yeah, no, that's a problem. If you want to yield the rest of your time there, no problem. Thank you for that rebuttal. And we'll hand the mic over to Wicked Wally whenever you're ready for your uninterrupted rebuttal. I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so my issue there is still, as far as the Electoral College somehow exacerbating political division. Well, the Electoral College apparently had over 200 years to exacerbate political division before the year 2000.
My fucking internet's crashing out again. Maybe I'm back again. I don't know. My internet's really not. It's just like I have to reset my connection every time that it starts to fucking lag out like that. So it's really annoying. I don't know why it is this way, but
and it really didn't seem to be doing it. Nobody was saying there's increased political division because of this damn electoral college. So I would say the popular, because here's the thing: when you under the electoral system, I actually think it's in some ways less of an us versus them, because like I live in New Hampshire. New Hampshire, when it comes to state elections and local elections, tends to lean pretty to the right. For whatever reason, when it comes to presidential elections, we tend to go blue when it comes but then so does most of New England for that matter. Some of Maine doesn't, but Maine lives under an odd rule where they divide their 4 electoral votes, so you can actually win all 2 or none, or maybe 1. Now, under a popular vote system, I think you would actually exacerbate that political disharmony, because now in every state, everybody around everyone, they're going to be looking at, okay, well, you either have to vote, or you have to I have to try to persuade you to vote for my guy, because now every single person in every single state could be the difference maker in this election. And suddenly we're putting even more of an emphasis on the fact that everyone around you is either politically your friend or politically your enemy or someone.
right, it would exacerbate everything. It would make it It would make shit. Motherfucking, I drank some coffee and that shit's kicking in now. I'm starting to get a little bit hyper. I'm trying to control myself now, so I don't talk at 100 miles a minute. But yeah, it exacerbates the problem. It makes everybody the difference maker. It makes everybody be forced to be it forces social pressure. It makes people pressure other people's peer pressure people into voting for the party that they're all friends with. Creates more division. Hey, Cat. Hope everything went well. Turns out that bully game had an automatic fail mission that made me so mad I'm never playing it again. No new babies. That's probably a good thing right now. Be kind of cold for them. Based, yeah. I think I was tired of that bully game anyways. I tried playing another game, it was fucking lagging like a motherfucker. 9 pregnant sheep, Jesus fucking Christ. Hell, that's going to be brutal. Anyway, I don't remember where this was at.
Make a political deal with, and when you're going to take the election down to a matter of just bodies voting, which is how parliament systems are run, yeah, you're actually encouraging parties to engage in more corruption and engage in more fraud because they just have to throw a higher number.
Can you not, like, I would figure you'd be able to, like, castrate sheep, right? If they're just pets and you're not trying to, like, make money off of, why don't you just, or not castrate, but, like, you know, make sure they can't have babies anymore. That's wild. 9 babies? Jesus Christ. It's dangerous when they're older. Well, I mean, what would be... I mean, I guess if you just had too many, you could just... I would figure that the pregnancy itself would be more dangerous than like just the boy sheep getting fixed. But I don't know about it. I don't know much about it.
Everyone than the opposition does, and they can win. I would actually say, and as far as issues in states like California, well, guess what guides California's electoral votes? Basically,
Hell, I'm bored with this now.
LA.
I'm gonna find something else. I actually do have one thing that I wanted to watch. This is actually an update to one of the things that I reacted to the other day.
So I did see this. This was...
Alright, it's an Asmongold video, so here we go. It's a hard surgery. Yeah, I understand that. I just don't... Oh, okay, I think I understand what you mean now. There are older male sheep there. The surgery would be hard on. Okay, I get it now. I get what you're saying. Yeah. All right, so this was a person that me and you, Emmett, were reacting to. It looks like this person is permanently banned now.
It's amazing to see. Nina Lynn gone, bye-bye, see you never. Nina Lynn has been indefinitely banned on Twitch. Context. Sexually assaulted the same guy 3 times on stream.
That's embarrassing for him as a guy. Why was he a bitch?
Sexually
Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? Okay, so just for a little bit more context of what that is, this is literally like a fucking, I think, 20-year-old kid that's like tiny. He's like 5'3". Was put in a really uncomfortable position by this crazy ass, I almost said the word, but trans person, I guess. And so, like, they assaulted the motherfucker, and then is trying to blame him for him being assaulted. It was fucking crazy.
assaulted a second guy on stream. You have people that are stealing on stream. They're violent.
Yeah, and this is the bit really, well, they're both bad. One of them should have gotten permanently banned. But this one, 100%, there could be context in which could be missing, or just the person not wanting to make a bit, whatever. You could make that argument for the first one, but the second one, her just going into the store and robbing it, that's fucking crazy. Why the fuck? They should have been banned before that, but...
At that point, I feel like you should just have people saying the N-word.
Nuclear. That weird motherfucker that lives in the basement of his mom's house that be chatting about me all damn day long. You are obsessed with me. I think you in love with me. I genuinely think you get no pussy and you in love with me, bro.
So that's the normal cope of people who don't actually have a justification for anything they do. Oh, you just like me. That's the problem. You just want to fuck me. That's what the real issue here. You know, it's stupid.
Nina Lynn claims that she was not permanently banned. And so this is her on, I guess, her Instagram story. Ain't no way motherfuckers making shit up now. Y'all were obsessed. Don't worry, I'll be back. Should I do a trailer just because of this? Pinning a comment to explain to people how this works. Her channel shows a ban message here, and the message says this channel is currently unavailable. This is the message associated with indefinite bans. Otherwise, it will say temporarily other than currently. Is that true? Is currently unavailable. Is there anybody that's on a suspension? Rakai. Yep, and so if you look at this right here, it says this channel is temporarily unavailable due to a violation. And then Nina, it says this channel is currently unavailable. Dr. Disrespect, okay, is currently unavailable. Destiny, currently unavailable. Her ban could technically still be reversed, but it requires a specific action on Twitch's part. Well, what this means is that if Twitch ever unbans her, they are okay with sexual assault on their stream. And
yeah, they're... Yeah.
Theft, I mean, the
and
theft isn't even in the same universe of problematic as
and like
sexual
publicly
assault.
harassing
I'm so happy
mothers and their children, like, you know, and people in barber shops and stuff like it. I don't know. They're kind of okay with that anyways in general, but well, I'll let Twitch have at least one W every once in a while, and this is at least somewhat of a W. They need to clean up a whole lot more shit, but at least they don't let this person around anymore. I hate the fact that they use SA and I get it, it's harassment, but really hurts victim when anybody's considered. Yeah. Well, I mean, that happened about 10 years ago where, you know, things like grape was also counted as sexual assault, which I think is a whole different category of thing, where it's closer akin to, like, not even sexual, like, not even SA, it's more, like, sexual murder. I don't know. I think that would be a more of equivalent thing. I think grape is more equivalent to, like, a type of murder than it is an assault, but they wanted to mix those two things in so they could say that a bunch of people were getting the equivalent of grape when, you know, they were getting their ass grabbed, which is not a good thing, but is still not even close to the same fucking thing. But yeah, they got her. They're gone. That's good. There's actually something else I wanted to look at too. Let me see if I can find it. There's actually two things. One thing I didn't watch because I wanted to watch it on stream. And then there's the other Caleb Hammer thing that I wanted to watch because I thought it was just absolutely hilarious. And I knew it would happen to him eventually. Let's see.
Caleb Hammer is a right-wing propagandist.
But Emmett probably knows this, but that Caleb Hammer guy, the dude that does the financial audit stuff, people started going at him for being a meanie. A big old meanie. And trying to tell people that, and they're trying to make him out. He's a big old meanie that's exposing welfare fraud or something like that, I think. But here we go.
Caleb Hammer is a right-wing propagandist, right? Yeah, this guy that yells at poor people for, like, being poor. It's not a...
Which, by the way, if nobody's actually been a part of the welfare system at all, they don't actually understand this. And I'll say this from my experience, may not be. I'm saying this just, you know, I'm not trying to get sued or nothing. But in my experience with the welfare system itself, they purposely give you advice to manipulate the system to get as much out of it as possible. And to the point where it's pretty much lying. So, man, that's just been my experience with the welfare system when I was married, and my ex-wife knew how to manipulate that system because she'd been a part of it for a while. So it's a fucking retarded system that needs to be probably gouged out or just completely thrown away. It's so bad. It's so terrible.
Apolitical. Because his whole entire platform is based on finding people that are struggling financially and blaming them for their problems.
Okay, so, like, this is just normal retard 19-year-old dumbass bullshit, not understanding any sort of duty or responsibility and asserting that trying to get somebody to be more responsible for their actions is them blaming them. Yeah, okay. They are blaming them. They should be blamed. What would be this person's argument against that? That they're just innocent little cherubs that need to be cherished and given a fuckload of money for the sake of their existence.
Which in individual cases seems harmless, but consistently showing stories of poor people that are struggling because they refuse to get out of bed does nothing but promote this fallacy that the reason there is poverty in America is because of individual choices.
So if you've been...
Yeah, a lot of poverty is based on individual choices. Get the fuck out of bed. Go to work. What are you talking about? I was hoping for like some sort of argument, but no, he's just saying, no, people should stay in bed. What? What the fuck? I don't remember this. I must have like blocked it out mentally when I heard this at first.
Paying attention to the internet.com as of late, one of the things that you might have noticed is that Caleb Hammer and his show Financial Audit are going viral absolutely everywhere. People are going crazy over this, and the reason why is because Caleb Hammer's show...
Is that a damn cup of apple juice? The hell is that? Some cider? It's Christmas time, or Thanksgiving and Christmas time. It could be some cider. I don't know.
Speaks to a truth that we all should know is
that
in
is
fact
my brain.
reality, which is that poor people make poor
My bad.
decisions in the United States of America. And despite overwhelming propaganda about people struggling due to no fault of their own, in reality, when you examine the books, what you ultimately end up discovering.
But you live in a major metro area of the United States. I'm not you saying you can't get a job and you're gonna allow yourself to just make $1,000 a month while having 2 kids is not acceptable.
I didn't say I can't get a job.
Then go get a fucking job.
Based. Go get a fucking job. Get out of bed, you lazy bitch.
I'm gonna show up for my kids.
Okay, well, maybe you should have had a husband. Maybe you should have a husband, and then you could show up for your kids more often. I'm just going to go ahead and guess that that whole thing probably didn't work out because he's not sitting there next to you. So, like, yeah, probably should have focused on building a family with a husband rather than, you know, having the kids and then just being super pissy that you have to work too. Get over it. You'd made that choice. Work. Go to work. Pay your fucking bills.
I'm gonna choose to make a little bit less so that I can show up for my kids.
Sometimes
That's totally fine. Hey, that's cool. Up until you can't afford the lifestyle that you live. If you can't afford the lifestyle that you live, go to work. Make more money. He's based when it comes to prescriptions, but he's also kind of a cuck politically. Yeah, I know.
Point up is they need resources.
They do.
And you
they
are
have,
not providing.
They have everything that they need.
They have everything they need except for, you know, financial stability, which means that at any point in time, your whole financial world could come collapsing down, not only on top of you, but around them as well. So you not going to work means you are not doing your duty and providing for the household. Then, you know, whatever. If you have a husband, sure, that's his primary responsibility to make sure that the financial situation doesn't come collapsing around all of you. But if you're by yourself, get over it. Sorry, nobody gives a fuck. If you're wanting to live this life where you have to be the provider, and if you want to live this life where you put yourself in a situation where you're the primary provider of the family, then get over it. Go to work. Get a second job, actually. Get a fucking second job. Get a second job.
You are choosing not to work, so the taxpayer is giving you food stamps.
I'm not choosing not to work. I do
Yes, you
work.
are.
I do work.
Come on, you make $1,000 a month
I do
via
work.
your choice.
I do work.
You
so.
could go make more.
I could go make more.
Yes.
Go get a job. Work 40 hours a week, 9 to 5.
I don't want to.
There it is. Ha ha ha.
I don't want
Government, Kansas, Missouri, take away her food stamps right now. Did you just hear that? Take them away.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if you are so open and willing to say that I don't want to, which by the way, you can go get food stamps and say that you don't want to do this stuff, and they'll let you have them anyways. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but they'll let you do it anyways.
Not even kidding.
I will
You
say,
don't want to?
In my experience.
You. That
no,
is
I
not
really
a
don't want
choice.
to.
Huh?
I don't want to.
Then that is not fair. That is not a choice. Subsidies should be there, and even more for those who cannot.
Right, and this is the thing too. Imagine if everybody who could work did what they were supposed to do and provide for their family, so that those institutions that we have to provide for people who legitimately can't or have been fucked over and actually need something to fall back on a little bit, maybe they would have more, a little bit more, based on your dumb bitch ass for not wanting to provide for your family. Maybe you should, you know, go fix things up with your baby daddy and repair your life a little bit, create some, get someone in there that's stable. Maybe the dude's not stable, but I don't know. Like at this point in society, I can't judge whether or not the man is actually the problem, because the system itself supports removing the man in support of food stamps. So I don't know. I don't want to work either, but I do have 2 jobs. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like I don't understand. I don't understand the whole, if you want to stay in bed, you should stay in bed. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Get a job, lazy bitch.
And you're choosing not to because you do not want to. And I knew the more and more I pushed on it, we would find out that you're doing this because you want to. Straight up, not because you can. Using ADHD.
Where the fuck is your dad? Where the fuck is your dad? Because, good Lord, if my daughter was saying this shit to me, I'd be like, well, get the fuck over it. Why are you on food stamps?
And autism? Yes. Is he able to communicate with other people?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't want to hear it.
Is that these people are in fact the authors of their own peril. And because Caleb Hammer's show not only demonstrates this, but inadvertently demonstrates that many of these people are actively scamming our welfare systems, he has become public enemy #1 among the left wing, who are now spreading all these crazy rumors about how he's a fascist, how his podcast is the beginning stage.
Oh my God, people want people to get out of bed and go to work so they can feed themselves. Holy shit, oh my God, so fascist. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Like, is this really our society now?
Of the alt-right pipeline, and in reality how Caleb Hammer is some kind of shill for capitalism because he dareth look at Disney adults and tell them that they shouldn't be spending all of their money on going to Disney World when they're tens of thousands of dollars in debt.
That is just
an
absolute sign of
you know the last time I went on vacation? Never. You want to know why? Because I could never afford it. When was the last time I went to do something extra that wasn't like maybe buying a video game here and there? Never. Because I've only ever had enough to buy a video game, and that provided more entertainment over the course of time than one ticket to a fucking show. There were kids in my school growing up who were actually bright, but their parents pushed them into special ed for bigger social security. Yeah. I've seen that shit too. Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, this is my thing, right? I have people in my family who are more than capable of providing for themselves, or just seeing people in general that could provide for themselves that don't, because of a check that they could get. For instance, I'll use somebody that I know. This person is capable of having a job, is like 400 pounds. She moves basically to bed with whatever dude will tolerate her to keep her around. She has kids. She's never kept a single child in her life. She's just allowed the government to take all of her kids away and put them into foster care, basically. And the reason she uses is because she's autistic. What the fuck?
Maturity, just immaturity that we are choosing to be.
And also the reason she also uses to not work is because she gets a $600 monthly check for doing nothing. So she doesn't want to work because she doesn't want to give up money where it requires her not to work to have fun.
Disney adults over an adult. Making it a single adult decision of just paying a bill. You're choosing to be a Disney adult.
I wouldn't say I'm a Disney adult.
You literally.
What the fuck are you talking about? I've never been to Disneyland, you bitch. I want to go to Disneyland, but I can't fucking afford it.
Literally just spent 2,000 hours when
I go along with what she does.
What,
and
you can't speak up? Do you not? Are you not able to?
I was okay with it though. I
there
wanted
you
to
go.
go.
So you're an enabler, and you
There we go. Another problem. I'm not going to say
didn't
that.
want to. So you're a Disney adult.
And this is what I want to talk about today. I want to go over Caleb Hammer a little bit and the backlash against him, spill the tea, if you will, sip the tea, if you will. I don't know why I'm talking so much about tea, possibly because this video is brought to you by Lions Tea Exchange. More on that later after I have myself a little sip of this.
All right, come on now. Don't fucking slurp.
So for those of you who are unaware, friend of the channel, Sydney Watson, has actually started her own tea company.
Oh no, I don't. Okay. Fuck, I'll listen to I'll let the promo go, but I don't like Sydney Watson.
It's called Lions Tea Exchange, and I have to be perfectly honest with everybody out there in the audience. Normally, when people start selling tea or coffee, I get a little bit sketched out, but the product should speak for itself, and it's actually really good. Now, of course, Sydney does the organic thing. Everything is high quality, even the packaging.
While this is playing, I'm gonna grab me a drink.
Looks absolutely amazing. Makes a perfect gift, by the way, for the holiday seasons. And she has a bunch of different flavors, including your standard normal basic bitch flavors like your emerald green, your Earl Grey, your New York breakfast, and of course she has a bunch
fuck
of
is
more
New York
artisanal
breakfast?
blends. Now this would include your peppermint white chocolate. This would also include her apple cider flavor, which by the way is amazing.
I'm too broke.
And
Look, I'm too broke to even understand what the fuck he's talking about right now. The only thing I know, the only kind of tea that I know is Lipton, okay? And the only type of peppermint tea I know is Lipton with a fucking peppermint stick in it. That's all I know.
one that I have right here that I specifically tried because I didn't think I was going to like it, which is the root beer flavor. And all I have to say about this thing is that this does things to my brain that I can't quite explain. As soon as I opened the package for this, I was greeted with like an aromatic blast of root beer smell. So then I end up mixing up and making the tea, and every time I sip this, I genuinely am confused by how this works, A, and B, how it tastes like root beer and gives the feel of root beer, but also is hot like a tea. Clearly and obviously, Sydney Watson, it's some kind of demonic witch.
That's not root beer. Don't lie to me.
But you know what? She used her magical forces in order to make a good cup of tea, so that's why I'm recommending it. Now, for you guys out there in the audience, I've negotiated a 10% discount if you use promo code AJW at checkout, but I really want you to understand that I'm recommending this because I think it makes a great gift. I think it's absolutely delicious. It is high quality materials, and by the way, I have taken no compensation for this ad read other than the samples that were sent to me. I do not get a commission or anything of the sort. I think it's great, so I'm recommending it to you because I think you guys would actually like it. In addition to that, I will also point out that Sydney Watson is currently running up against her holiday deadline, and since she packs the boxes herself and has showed me photos of everything being stacked up in her home, I thought it would be really funny to run up right against her deadline, which is in a couple of days, to get everything out for the holidays, and we flood her with orders so that way she is even more swarmed and maybe considers not packing all the boxes herself individually because obviously it is overwhelming. Basically, what I want you guys to do.
All right, that's based. Yeah, if you got a little gay tea shop thing going on and you're doing it all yourself, yeah, make her work harder. That's the whole point of this fucking video right here. Get a fucking job, work harder, stop fucking around. All right, everybody orders your tea all at once. Fucking pack those boxes.
Do is put this lady out of commission for a couple of days, bury her in labels, and then laugh about what happens while getting yourself a good cup of tea. So that's Lions.
He spilled the shit out of that tea. I just saw that.
TeaExchange.com. Use promo code AJW for 10% off. Again, makes a great gift. Highly recommend. That is the LionsTeaExchange.com. Let me sip this one more time.
Okay, we're done with that.
Not only does he spread this.
All right, well, my mom got pushed by an Asian guy in Disney, and my parents vowed to never return. Well, that's actually an easy problem to solve. If an Asian guy pushes your wife, you just throw him in a trash can. Then you can go back to Disney. Lipton is based. Well, it's the only thing I know, so I hope it's based. He's talking about tea. I have a problem with statements about brain. I don't want things to do things to my brain. Yeah, neither do I, but like my brain already fucks itself up a lot, so I don't know if this tea will do anything worse.
Right-wing line, but he also does so in a way that explicitly appeals to right-wing propagandists. LGBT debt. God, I wonder who's gonna connect those two. So I know that every single episode there is plausible deniability that his goal isn't to blame poor people for their problems, or maybe this individual could do better. But collectively, and his...
He was in line for a hot dog and didn't see it happen. Well, now, okay. I might be kind of a psychopath, okay? I'm not saying anything against your dad, because this is probably not a good thing that I would do. But if I was in line for a hot dog, after I had the hot dog, I was like, all right, now I know about this, and I have a projectile. So I'd go find his ass. That's probably not a good thing. That'd probably get us thrown out of Disney. But anyways.
Editorial choice to consistently...
What did your mom do? Hope she deported that Tiger Fister? What the fuck? Tiger Fister? I'm gonna glide right past that.
Bring them on is pushing the political line. If all you are shown of stories of poor people are not people that got screwed over by a system, or people that are really trying their best and just can't make ends meet.
But what I'm ultimately saying is your dad probably did the right thing. Me, I probably would have done the wrong thing. I would have fucking found the dude, thrown the hot dog in his face, and threw him in a trash can.
Are stories of people that are struggling because of choices they have made or came from privileged backgrounds, which by and large is what Caleb Hammer is showing. And especially if you are given the emotional outlet that he gives to yell at or demean or diminish these people, there is no way that's not reflected in your politics.
So when you look at all these...
All right, so his criticism is that, hey, people are making economic points. Economic points are gay, and I don't like economic points. Economic points are personal financial responsibility. I don't like that. I don't like that this group of people aren't financially responsible, and I don't like that my opponent can use that against me. So you should just shut up and quit talking about it. Go fuck yourself, you little blonde. Ooh, okay. I'm getting aggressive. This caffeine is really affecting me. You can't find a short Asian in a sea of normies. I would think that you could find a short Asian man in a sea of normies, because a short Asian man is not the norm, I wouldn't think. No, my dad wanted to break him, but he scurried away. Yeah, like a little, yeah. Fuck that little Asian bitch. He's better at scurried away.
Different videos that are criticizing Caleb Hammer from a left-wing perspective, what you ultimately end up realizing is that the thing that these left-wing ideologues hate the absolute most is the idea that you will see yourself...
Okay, so here's this is my thing, right? If something like that happened, I had the hot dog, I throw him in a trash can, that'd be my goal. But if he ran away like a little bitch, I ain't gonna chase him. That ain't worth it. Fuck him. He wants to run away. He wants to be a little rat-like little bitch, little fucking snake bitch. And go ahead, run, little bitch. Because you know if you'd done that in front of me, hot dog trash can.
As responsible and accountable for your own life, because they know for a fact that if they can sell you on the idea...
Avers called the guy that looked Asian Tiger Fist. I'd have to understand the context before I would know whether or not that's a weird thing. Yeah, right, like babe.
That you are a perpetual victim of circumstances outside your control, that actually makes you easier to control, because essentially they are offering to replace your fictitious overlord with themselves as a more benevolent overlord. And by the way, what we've seen time and time again is that when these policies that these lefties end up advocating for are implemented, guess what? Things get significantly worse for the people that they're trying to help.
Because so many of the beliefs that Caleb expressed are taken as so commonplace and mainstream in American society, it may not seem like an ideology, but it very much is one. It's just one that we're like all fed from birth. It is just that the propaganda machines in these imperial core nations, which I grew up in it, I felt it, I understand how extreme.
What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you have a purse behind you? Why is there a fucking doll and a little girl's like fucking coat behind? What is going on? Did you go to your wife's room? Did you go to your girlfriend's room to make a fucking YouTube video response? What is this? What's behind your head? I want to see the painting. I want to see what you painted and you thought was so cool that you put it in your background. Because these three things that I'm seeing right now makes you look like a bitch. Okay, this fucking... I'm done drinking coffee. We're going to put that to the side. We're not drinking that anymore. I'm getting aggressive. Tiger fist like a martial artist from a Chinese movie. Well, I think that would be kind of badass. If somebody come up to me and said, hey, you look like Tiger Fist. You look like you got a tiger's fist. I'd be like, yeah, you better fucking scurry away before you get the hot dog in the trash can. That's what I would say. So I don't know if that's a good insult. Anyways, what was I saying? Now my coffee's fucking with me now. So what he's saying is that we've actually been brainwashed by society to think that we need to take responsibility of our finances. It's a part of some archaic imperialistic system that has colonized our brain to make us think that we should get out of bed and go to fucking work. You little bitch. Did you fucking knit that bag behind you? Did you knit that bag? You fucking... Oh my God, I hate you.
Powerful they are. They are so effective, overwhelmingly powerful, and leads to things where Caleb Hammer can make some of these statements where it's not actually challenged by any of thousands of people watching.
You're challenging it now, but the thing is, you're such a weak little baby. You're such a soft little bitch that nobody gives a fuck. And your arguments are softer than you are, you fucking cuck.
People just uncritically accept it.
Now, one of the common themes about the criticism of Caleb Hammer that you will see across the internet.com.
You know what? I don't, hold on, let's go back. I want to see that. I don't even think you knit that. I don't think you knitted that bag behind you. I think your fucking girlfriend's boyfriend. I think he did that. I think whatever fucking shit you got going on in that household, I don't even think you're man enough to make that bag. I think someone else did. Okay, I forgot I don't have a webcam on, so you can't see my fucking death stares.
You have thousands of people watching. People just uncritically accept it.
Now, one of the common themes about the criticism of Caleb Hammer that you will see across the internet.com from a left
That's a woman shirt problem.
Is people saying that because our society is so warped and so right-wing and so already heading towards fascism, that Caleb Hammer's beliefs might actually sound reasonable and not even all that political. You might actually think that he's not making a political statement when he says something like, you should spend less money than you take in. You should probably not blame everybody else.
No, dude, it's even worse. They want people to stay in bed. That's what they want. So it's not even about, like, they don't even want them to do laundry. They don't want them to get up to take a fucking shower.
for your own personal problems. And in addition to that, you should also, you know, not be a child and say because you want something, you should therefore automatically get to buy it or finance it in all these different crazy ways, because that is not what adults do. That's what children do. And these people say this. This guy, by the way, opened his video with this point with a straight face while trying to convince you that they're not the crazy one. They're not the one with the radical beliefs. Everyone else in society, like 95% of society, who finds these to be apolitical and not far right at all whatsoever, are in fact being indoctrinated by the far right and are extremely political. They just don't realize it. Again, if your position...
You know what? This is the thing, right? The left-wing people, these left-wing little fucks like this little fucking twink bitch comes up here and says that we're being indoctrinated to. These people are so convinced, they brainwashed the masses into thinking that we should get out of bed and go to work. Okay, thank you. What are you talking about? Thank you. I'm even more right-wing now. Thank you for indoctrinating people to get out of bed and go to work every day. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What else? What else? What is your solution? What is your way of solving the problem? Them stay in bed and starve to death, you stupid little fuck? Oh my God. Well, you should spend less than you take in? Yeah. I'm a hot dog trash can this guy. What up, are you? Why is it that it always goes back to hot dogs? I don't know. I guess it's just a consistent thing. You can have your hot dog and your rock, Emmett. I'm gonna go the hot dog trash can arc. That's my arc now. Shut the fuck up and get a hot dog thrown at you and thrown in a trash can at the same time. Hey man, dropping in, didn't see you live. Hope all, yeah, that was good. I'm a bit hyped up on some fucking caffeine right now.
Is Caleb Hammer sounds normal and reasonable to most people, not because he is normal and reasonable to most people, but because most people are indoctrinated by the far right, then maybe, just maybe,
you know, this is my thing too. It's like, what are you talking about indoctrinated by the right? I would say that most of these people, these left-wing retards that go on this show and don't know how to financially take care of themselves are actually indoctrinated by the left, thinking that it doesn't actually matter. Just build up more debt, have more debt, owe more money, spend more money, make GDP go higher, make country look better based on your spending habits. Don't actually, you know, contribute to any side of society. Don't fucking go to church. Don't do that. Work more. Work. Just work. But don't work. If you want to stay in bed, don't work. Take your fucking disability check that you got for stubbing your toe 3 weeks ago and spend that on useless shit like going to Disneyland. If you can't afford it with that, go into debt that you can never pay off because your disability check from your stub toe doesn't pay for it.
You're on the far left, and you're one of those crazy people who sees everybody who is to the right of you as far right. Does that thought ever approach any of these people? No, absolutely not. Time and time again, you hear in all of these critique videos, excuses, nonsense stacked on top of nonsense, and this is all because these left-wingers want to basically gaslight you into the worldview that in reality, they're not the radical. Society is radical. Society is terrible because, again, they want you to avoid it.
And actually, I just realized that by pre-spurgeon, they don't actually advocate for you to work. They just advocate for you to spend. That's what I was meaning. I wasn't meaning work. I was meaning like spend, not work. Work is right wing because, you know, people out on the, oh my God, this fucking caffeine's fucking with me.
Looking within yourself and accepting individual responsibility, and this is a common thing among all of these different videos. Look at this person talking about how, oh, the student loan system is responsible for people being in debt.
Just went down a rabbit hole looking at this Caleb Hammer guy's content. Is he a right-wing psyop? It seems like he's...
Oh my God, dude. Ugh. Are you fucking kidding me? A right-wing psyop. So they just invented the economy. They just invented it to trick you into going to work. Are you fucking...
Specifically targeting millennials and Gen Z and telling them that it's their fault that they're poor. And, you know, sometimes it is, but also you need to acknowledge that the world that we were handed isn't the world that our parents promised.
Exactly. Oh my god. Oh my god. I almost spurred out super hard. I almost spurred out really hard. Okay. We need to take a breath. Let's take a Zen. We'll take a Zen. We'll take a Zen real quick. We'll try to counteract this caffeine. Holy shit. That was bad. That was intense. I could have had a stroke right there. Okay, so now let's say it in a more pleasant way. Yes, we were actually given a better economic circumstance than our grandparents or our parents were. Our parents were given, you know, better inflation, maybe. Not, it would depend. I think in the 70s, there was a pretty high time. And so maybe like Gen X, maybe Gen X had it pretty good. Your generation that I could see your graying ass, circle wearing Harry Potter, bitch ass looking fuckhead. Oh my God. Okay, I almost spurred out again. Okay. It's cool. It's cool. We're all cool here. We're all cool. Anyways. Oh my God. Okay, we're good. Taking a breath. This is why I don't drink caffeine, by the way. This is why I don't drink coffee. This. Maybe I should. I think from now on, instead of drinking alcohol when I go on VK, I'm just going to get a couple of cups of coffee and go spurg out on there. Oh, my Lord. Jesus saves, but I spend. Yeah, probably. I spend too. I spend too much. I need to stop spending so much. Anyways, this isn't about me. Everything they don't agree with is a psyop. Yeah, it's the Maryland argument. Actually happened in one of the episodes. I don't think you would go AK in a debt to go to Disneyland for a week because of a birthday. Yeah. That's one of the episodes I watched. There was somebody that went into massive amounts of debt just to go to Disney World. Okay, we're cool now. The Zen's kicking down. Okay, so this dude's retarded. We already know that.
Promised us. He's a boomer in a millennial's body. I'm half expecting him to say that everybody's...
You are not a millennial. Please tell me you're not a fucking millennial. Oh my God, is this my generation? Oh my Lord, who's spamming? Okay, it's just Terriac. But okay. You are complaining about your parents not providing a society which is stable. Your parents' generation was more than likely Gen X, if you're a millennial. So, what are you talking about? You're talking about boomers. Gen X probably fucked the system more than boomers did. Boomers fucked a lot of it up, but Gen X really put the nail in the fucking coffin. But fuck it, I don't care.
Avocado toast. It's really gross to judge people for taking out student loans when they were 18 years old just because you didn't have to.
Now, one of the...
I can judge those motherfuckers that took out student loans when they took them to go to fucking feminist dance theory. I can judge them. I can do it. I can say they shouldn't have done it. I can say that debt that they accrued was fucking stupid. I can say that if you are in a sociology, if you got some sort of sociology degree, if you want to be some sort of advocate for feminism, and the only reason that you get that degree in feminism is so that you can trick more people into getting degrees on feminism. If I can say that that's stupid, I can 100% say that's stupid. I can say that if you go and try to get a political science degree, that you are retarded. I can say that. I can say that you're stupid for getting into $200,000 worth of debt to go into an industry that doesn't make you any money. I can say that. I can 100% say that. You can't tell me or justify why that I should pay for that motherfucker who is more than likely upper middle class that could pay for it if they just stuck with what their parents did. You stupid fuck.
The things that's hilarious about guys like this that are mad at Caleb Hammer for criticizing people for going into debt for all the stupid things they go into debt for is they don't do any research, but they speak with such authority on the issue. Anybody can look up that part of Caleb Hammer's story of getting educated about finance had to do with the fact that he was in a massive amount of debt, and most of that debt, or a huge portion of it, was student loan debt. But this guy just makes up that Caleb Hammer had never had to do that. He had to have come from rich parents. He's the evil bad person, when in reality, what we see time and time again is the people who have everything handed to them in their lives.
And look, this is my thing too, right? And I think this is a problem with society in general and parents not doing their responsibility. I think if my child came to me one day and was like, I want to go to college, and I was like, I will 100% help you go to college. I will help you as much as I possibly can to get that higher education. What is the degree that you want to get? I want to specialize in gender studies. I would tell them to get the fuck out of my house. You're exiled. Don't come to Christmas. You're not part of this family anymore. That's what I would do. I mean, okay. But if they came to me and was like, well, I kind of want to get, I want to get into some sort of field, you know, like I want to be a doctor, or I want to be an engineer, or I want to do something that is part of infrastructure or economics. I want to be a high-end like investment person. I want to be a lawyer even. I want to do these things that would benefit me throughout the rest of my life. I would say, you know what, kid? Based. I'm going to help you as much as you can, as much as I possibly can. The only thing that I'm going to say is that you go to a college that's close enough to where you can live here so I can help the most that I can. That'd be the only thing that I would say. Can we not claim it? Can we say he is a boomer? I would not go into debt for Disney. No, only into debt, like 3 months worth of income. At least I have no student debt. I feel 10% less stupid for being an artist now. Do y'all think social media culture and influencer culture has made people more comfy with debt? I would say that the culture in general that we have in America makes people really comfortable with debt. I think that we've given a lot of ability for people to accrue debt with little to no education of what debt actually does to you throughout the course of your entire life. We've made it easier for younger and younger people to have more and more debt. I think it's more of a problem with the system itself more so than influencers. I think that for the most part, the influencer culture maybe would convince people to buy like material, like, I don't know, like bags or cars and shit like that they can't afford. But I don't think that ultimately what they're doing is the primary cause of what's happening in society. I think the majority of what's happening in society is perpetuated by big bankers who want to trick more people into owing them more money. Well, Emmett, a very successful guy in history, tried to go to art. Well, he was successful till he wasn't, but and he did not succeed. And to be fair, he failed. He failed at art. So, like, he failed at art.
From their parents typically express this guy's worldview, the it's nobody's fault worldview, the I didn't earn anything so I assume nobody else earned it worldview, and that is the Champagne Socialist worldview. Now look, the student loan system is flawed. We talked about it on this channel multiple different times, but in reality, because a system is flawed, that doesn't necessarily mean that you use that as an excuse in order to
Yes, okay. I'm going to skip through some of this now. I think I'm only interested in the clips now. Yes, we get it. I've probably made all this arguments 10 times faster because I have 1,000 times more caffeine in me right now.
Is basically the mindset reality getting somebody who's
4 days
show.
Yeah, well, Disneyland
basic deal, and in reality, what I learned watching Financial Audit is that this is basically the mindset of everybody who's on that show.
Yeah, well, Disneyland. And it was only going to be for like 4 days.
Oh, Disneyland, great.
But then...
Was, okay.
Yeah, so
what
then
is.
my schedule came out. I didn't work the first 2 days before. And it was the same price. Like the hotel was $40 a night, and then the flight was the same price to
And
just
$200 for
move it.
Oogie Boogie Bash?
$189, yeah.
Uh-huh. Plus food while you're there.
I'm gonna try to hit up a taco truck.
I'm
Taco
sure.
trucks, free breakfast buffet.
We know you love the buffets.
Now, I don't expect every 18 or 19-year-old
God. Oh my God. They got me. That was good.
to understand that student loan debt is something that can't be discharged. I don't expect them to all have good impulse control and make the best choices. But in reality, when you see these...
Hey, look, okay, so I'll make a concession. Like, look, I overspend sometimes. I spend too much money. Sometimes I have no money left over because I decided I wanted to buy a shitload of games that were on sale for one part of the year. Right now, I've been kind of lazy for the past 2 or 3 months and not really been working every day that I could have been to make the most amount of money that I had because I got distracted with some other things. I got distracted and being reattuned into my more artistic side, so I wanted to spend more time on writing and stuff like that. So I decided to not work as much, and I'd been sick a couple days, so I had to miss like a half a day of work here and there because I would get done with my job, but I was too sick to just sit around and do nothing in the break room. So I get done with my job, I just go home. So they just pay me for the half a day instead of the whole day. So it's... And I can say that that's a bad decision, and I also bought a bunch of stuff that I shouldn't have, and then I got myself a little bit behind. I'm already caught back up. But there can be times where you're not 100% on the ball, making sure you're making all the right decisions. There are certain times in your life where you're just not going to have any money, not solely on the base that you can't do better, but because maybe you are overwhelmed to a certain extent. And maybe there's just, you've done this for so long that you just need a little bit of a break for right now. But that doesn't excuse you for doing it for years and years and years and years and years and years and going into debt after debt after debt after debt. There could even be things that you can do that maybe you could go into a little bit of debt to do if that's important and it's required for you to do that, to be able to emotionally adapt or emotionally cope with something. That's totally fine. It's just the consistent basis of doing it and not being able to afford it, and that being your go-to thing, is retarded. It's just stupid. That was rude. Oh, what he said about her? Yeah, well, I mean, it was true, though. Yeah, but I didn't go into 8K of debt for going to Disney and getting Starbucks. Starbucks is gay. So I'd never buy Starbucks. Even the coffee that I drank today was just like the cheapest little cold brew thing that they had at work that I could bring home.
These people on this program,
But it's just one of those things. I can understand it to a certain extent. But it is kind of just retarded to do it constantly. And it's also retarded to do it in a way that makes it where the entire rest of your year is built on trying to catch back up from that. If I spent $8K in a month, that would take me a whole year to recover from that. It would take me an entire fucking year to recover from being $8K in debt. It's insane. Like that's not something that I would ever do. So I can't comprehend the idea that you need to do something, you need to go out and do something to help you cope with something. It will help cope with the life that you're living and the stress that you're going through at work. And most of these people don't even work, so they don't even have that excuse. Most of them barely work. So it's all like just one big circle jerk of bullshit. They do this because they want to. They spend the money because they think that they are owed it and that they can use it, so why not use it? It's stupid.
You ultimately end up seeing displayed time and time again is...
Or bought like 4K in gifts so you could have Thanksgiving and Christmas. They usually have debts that take 3 to 4 years. Yeah. So, like, this is the thing too, is like even when I was married and I had like most of my ex-wife's kids were old enough to take care of themselves, so I didn't really worry about getting them gifts or anything. I did have 2 nephews that we were responsible for taking care of. Dude, every year I was able to easily afford, you know, getting them something that was pretty nice, and I never had to go into debt for it. It was literally like there was one year I was able to get them all like a DS and some Pokemon game and a few other games to go with it. And yeah, it was a few $100s, but I didn't have to go into debt. I just planned it out and I bought things as I saw them on sale. And I planned from January all the way up until December what I was going to do at Christmas. So there are ways of doing it that you spend less money and get more bang for your buck and also not having to go into debt. So it's silly shit. They don't know. I think most people in my generation are incapable of understanding that not everything has to be right now. We don't have to do this right now.
People willfully embracing these terrible choices and honestly patterns of behavior that I grew up around that I fundamentally reject, like borrowing extra money in order to rent a better place while you're in university, which again is somebody who's trying to take advantage of a system that is later on going to play victim.
I don't care about this.
Yeah, I could get 90,000. A lot of times they're discussing car loans, like this woman right here who ended up buying a 90.
So this is something that before this even starts, this is something else I also say that's pretty common. People buy cars that they can't afford. Why are you buying a car? Yeah, this is a super nice car. It's an investment. You can it's going to be something that is with you for a long time if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, then it's temporarily something that you have that you're going to lose in a year or two. That's going to fuck you over for the next car that you try to buy. Why not just buy something that works, get you A to B? It's not going to break down. And if it does, it's not going to be crazy expensive to repair. But this is what I don't understand. Right here where I live, it's about getting big ass trucks. You know, get a nice, really badass truck. That's what your whole life goal should be around. And then what happens? You end up losing the truck because it breaks down and you can't afford to repair overly expensive part within your overly expensive car. And then you have to take out another loan to get it repaired. And then you're then also behind on your car payment, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse until you just, and it just keeps piling up until you lose the truck, and it was pointless, and now you've just lost credit. They usually have desert. I like right now, so I think you're right. Super common. My newest car I drive is a 2002 Tahoe. Bought it new. Pretty sure you saved and don't. Yeah, you have more financial flexibility. Plus, you've invested a lot in a field that has given you the ability to do that. There's that, and you also don't seem so like you wouldn't take out a $200,000 loan to go, I don't know, to Japan and buy all the sushi restaurants out for the entire weekend. This is the equivalent. That's what I'm saying. This is the type. It's okay. So say I have $10 and I want to go do something. And instead of waiting, I have $10 extra every week. And at the end of the month, I want to go do something that costs $1,000. I'm not going to be able to afford that unless I take out a loan. So now what happens to that extra $10 after I take out the loan? I actually have less than $10 every week trying to pay back that loan. If I don't pay it back, then that means I have even less money every single week. So I don't know. So they're like, and once again, I'm not saying like it's bad to have more money. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, yeah, you saved up for it. That's what I mean. It's like you saved up for it. These people don't save up for shit. They go into debt, and then they have even less money than when they started, and they never have any extra money again. That stresses them out because they don't want to work more, and then they go into even more debt later on to try to relax, and it's just a self-fuckery until they're in like hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt for no reason. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's just stupid shit.
$1,000 Porsche.
You decided to get a Porsche. Yeah. And you can't pay
Who the fuck wants a Porsche? Anyways.
Pay for groceries? What do you think this car is worth?
And I bought it for $89.
God damn. What the fuck are you talking about? I've never owned a car that cost more than $10,000. You psychotic, delusional fuckhead. What is going on?
And maybe I could get $90,000 for it. I don't think it depreciates as much
It does depreciate.
as other cars.
It's been a Porsche, by the way.
A 21 Macan.
Okay. 65 on it. You could probably sell it for 64. So get rid of the Porsche today, dude.
What do I drive? The car that I got is pre-owned. It's not a brand new one.
So let's spend $1,500 a month on a used car. Okay.
So this is what the left doesn't actually want you to see. They just want you to see the headline that this woman is struggling with her car payment and can't afford groceries, but they don't actually want you to examine her choice of vehicle.
And this is something else I'll say too. When people generally say they can't afford groceries and they look like Jabba the fucking Hutt, like her over there, that's usually a fucking lie. What they're saying is I can't afford to go out and eat all the time. I cannot afford to buy the really high carb dense foods that I want to eat. I can't afford to eat pasta all the time, even though pasta's cheap as fuck to eat, by the way, if you know how to actually cook it. Like you could survive off of one giant tub of fucking spaghetti for an entire week if you really need to. So I don't understand, like, the whole idea that you can't afford to eat. Dude, yes you can. What are you talking about? I can't afford to buy groceries. What it actually means is I can't afford to eat like a fucking Roman emperor. I can't afford to have somebody feed me grapes on my fucking golden throne. That's what they're talking about. That's what they actually mean. I can survive easily survive off of fucking $40 a week of eating. I can spend $40 a week on food and I will be perfectly fine. I end up not doing that. Actually, a lot of the money that I waste ends up being at the break room at work. You know, I'll spend like $10 there getting drinks and a snack or something. I could probably save money just by buying it in bulk and bringing it to work. Probably save a lot more money actually doing that, which I need to get back on doing that. But once again, I've been lazy for the past few months. But even then, like, what? I don't understand when people say I can't afford to do this, when all they actually mean most of the time is that I don't want to do this because I get tired of eating sandwiches. I get tired of eating a turkey sandwich. I get tired of eating a ham sandwich. I get tired of eating grilled cheeses. I get tired of eating egg sandwiches. I get tired of eating ramen. I get tired of eating spaghetti. Fuck off, dude. If you have no money, I get tired of eating pinto beans and pork. Fuck you. You can afford to eat. You just don't want to do it. She got a small SUV. I don't know. I don't know anything about car, but Kat, yeah. I mean, yeah, Kat's in a good financial situation because she worked for it and she's not, retarded, and she saves money instead of just going into debt. I spend more on my dog food than my food, yeah. I mean, I actually spent more money on fucking pet food than I did myself for the most part when I lived on that land I used to have. But I would like to eat red meat every day. I cannot afford it. Well, actually, you can afford to eat red meat every day. You can eat ground beef. Ground beef is the easiest thing and the cheapest thing, and it actually portions out pretty well. I could eat, if I was going on full carnivore, I could eat pretty well on like 120 a week, which I need to get back to, which I'm going to after Christmas and stuff. So probably after this month, but you can eat other stuff and it's not expensive, including good stuff. Yeah. And this is the thing too, is a lot of the good stuff to eat is maybe more difficult because you actually have to cook it, prepare, and portion it out, and freeze it and stuff. Like, it's just work, and they don't want to do work. They want to stay in bed.
This woman bought a $90,000 car used. It was a Porsche because she wanted something nice, and she was like, well, I don't think it depreciates as much as other cars, when in reality this person should be in a $5,000 car.
Sure.
Well, customer service is excellent.
Which is true. Why are you spending a fucking $80,000, $90,000 on a car? For what? Because it looks cool and you think you should have it. You think you have a social status that allows you to represent yourself in this way. Why are you owed this social status through spending other people's money? And ultimately, what happens when the bank, when you get all this debt, you accrue all this debt, and you can't pay it, and a financial crisis happens where a bunch of people do the same thing that you do, and the entire fucking market crashes. Well, who ends up paying for it? I do. I do. Quit. Just stop it. Quit it. Get a $5,000, $10,000 car. You'll survive.
Excellent. And it was only $20,000 more than what I paid for the Ford Edge.
I've never paid $20,000 a month for customer service before.
And
I am attacked. How are you attacked? You have a different type of social status. This is the thing. Like, people think that because somebody has a higher or lower social status, that is either a good or a bad thing. It just is. There is a social status. Some people have a higher social status based on the amount of money that they make. That's not a good or a bad thing. It's just neutral. I'm joking. Okay, good. Because I'm not. This is the thing. Like, I'm really bad about talking with money, and like it feels. Money to me is neutral to bad. I don't really give a shit about it. It's one of those things. Like, I'd be comfortable in a fucking box outside my job, as long as I had a refrigerator to put my meds in, we'd be good. But I don't know. I get awkward around that shit.
Those rationalizations about how the customer service at the...
And it's also kind of weird. And I'll just say this as a little bit of cope real quick. It's also strange to interact with somebody that has money. I've never had money, never known anybody that's had money. So it's like, this kind of conversations are difficult for me to have because I don't understand. This is one of those social dynamics I have no experience or understand at all.
Porsche dealership is significantly better than the other dealership that she went to does not account for the insanity of that particular car choice. And again, I will point out for you guys,
we get it. Car's gay. Car's gay.
8 months. How much debt?
Here we go.
Even though, again, they're paying significantly more money over time.
How much debt do you have?
Like $168,000.
God damn! What the fuck? I will never, like. This is my thing too. $168,000 in debt. That is 10 years of, or not 10 years. Well, let me think. Let me do the math real quick. That's about 6 years of my life without taxes being taken out. Like, that's insane. Like, what are you talking about? That's fucking crazy, dude. Like, what in the fuck?
House. What do you have 2 car loans.
I have 2 vehicles. So it's 58 miles for me to drive to work every day, and the truck is an 8-cylinder Silverado.
Get rid
Sell the truck.
of it.
I can't. I ended up getting like a really great deal on that truck.
Yeah, really
Sell the truck.
great deal. Yo, $60,724.55, making 24,000 hours a year.
He makes less than me.
84-month car loan? What? 4-month car loan?
I want to lower payments.
You know that's not how it works. You are paying more in interest over time. 2024 Kia Sportage. It's $638.70.
That's the car that she spent all that money on. That's the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. What is this?
Insane car payment for 7 years.
I feel like 600 is a normal car payment. Well, I'm going to refinance it when rates go down.
Okay, if rates go down.
When rates go down, they will go down for sure.
What?
Yeah. If I can't
What the
refinance,
fuck
then
are you
whatever.
talking
If
about?
I can, awesome.
Whatever. I have an 84-month loan. I'm going to be 40, and I finally paid off my car.
And?
Yep, 39,000 is worth.
You're going to be 40. You're going to have this car paid off, and it's going to be worthless, and it's probably not even going to function. You're probably already going to be wanting to move on to another car because look at this ugly fucking brick. This ugly fucking... What is this?
31,000.
Now, the left wants you to believe that this is all the fault of the predatory car dealerships. And by the way, some people on the right are trying to sell you on this as well. A lot of right-wing reaction to videos about people not understanding the terms of their car loan, borrowing over the course of 7 years.
And this is something else too. Like I don't think people actually understand like how predatory. Well, probably a lot of people do. How predatory, because it's like a meme. How predatory car lots are to poor people. They fuck them over because they specifically don't understand exactly what they're agreeing to. That was the problem with my ex-wife. She would buy a car because she would think she needed one, and she would always get go to these retarded fucking car lots that had cars that barely functioned and paid way more than what it's worth. And the fuckers would just break down before they even would get paid off, to the point where, you know, I would just tell them, well, you could just have the fucking car back. Like, and that's what they do. They do that. They patch it up and they sell it to the next person. That's how a lot of these car lots make money. And that shit should be illegal, but like it ultimately boils down to a lot of people not understanding the type of agreements they're making when they're purchasing vehicles like this. They're all super predatory and fucked up.
Again, according to their own choices, will respond by saying usury is a sin and we should abolish this. Again, disassociating people from their own actual actions. And the reason they want to do that is because it's not a bunch of different scams throughout our society.
Caleb Hammer doesn't think veterans should get disability. It's like not even close. Right. Those that have been through things like an injury or war zone mental health, I want them to have money forever because they serve, but the person who's a cook and experience nothing, and the fact that you can go.
All right, I could agree with that more. I could say that somebody's in the military probably deserves some sort of monthly income, some sort of monthly check that is a part of their service, and especially if they've been injured or disabled through that service, they shouldn't be worrying about anything. They should have a middle-class lifestyle for the service that they committed. Like, I can understand that. They could be left-wing. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to say, I've learned to dislike money as I got older. Yeah, I've always hated money. Like, I've seen what it does to people. I don't like it. I know a lot of country people, you might be one, I don't look down at your nose at people. I really respect that. Yeah, Cat's not like that at all. I'm just white trash with cash. But look, there ain't nothing wrong with being, well, no, there ain't nothing wrong with being white trash. I'm white trash. Now you're just a gal with cash. Why? What's up, Emmett? What's up, Emmett? What's wrong with being white trash? I've been white trash my whole damn life. It's just a place you come from. How in the world do you get a loan for CD? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. How in the world do you get that? I don't have no clue. This is not left wing. Well, I mean, a lot of people on the right seem to think that it is.
To a specialist and get coached on what to say to get
Because they're, I don't know.
100% disability. The fact that that exists should tell us something. They discredit and do a disservice to those that actually deserve the disability.
So
yeah, and I think that ultimately what he's saying there is something that I think shows that people just in general being able to have access to these types of things, it'll fucking destroy the system as a whole, because people just find ways of manipulating it and making it work for them rather than what it's for, which is to provide for people who can't provide for themselves, or for people which, well, that's what they want, for people that can't provide for themselves, or people who don't want to provide for themselves. That's the whole fucking argument on the left. With people that are veterans, I think that they've earned it.
No reason, however, he.
Oh my. Yesterday, and go to her competitive cheer. Fuck you. Take away her food stamps yesterday. Oh my. No, this is insane.
I know.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
A lot.
Dude! But again, let us not lose sight of the fact that the real reason they hate Caleb Hammer and make it just been in your.
Yeah, I think that
everybody is.
Like, I didn't really even get to talk about what. But anyways, there's a whole big fucking drama about these people going at them. Like, who gives a fuck? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Here's one more thing that I've been saving. What time is it? 5. I got an hour. One more thing. And this was something I was saving specifically to react to, because I just thought it was fucking hilarious that I saw.
The house has been on the market.
I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So this is something. This is something I saw at work, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I got to remember this video." The video titled is "Black Pharaoh Says It Was a Peaceful, Hostile Takeover of a Home." Now, a lot of something that this actual Justice Warrior covers is squatting, people who squat in houses, and how laws have changed to allow these people to basically just steal people's homes. And I don't know what's going to happen here. We're going to find out.
For several months, the woman who owns this says she was stunned when she found out someone was living here. She says it appears a guy decided to move in without telling anyone and without paying a dime.
So we have another squatter story. This one is out of the state of Georgia, and it involves a man called Timothy.
Which, by the way, Georgia's really fucked right now because of a lot of because Atlanta's shit, and Atlanta's super left wing, and they keep making California-esque laws in the middle of the fucking state, and it always ends up fucking disastrously, and it spills over everywhere. Atlanta's a shithole. Atlanta is the worst place in the South. Sorry. Atlanta is a piece of shit. Atlanta fucks up so much shit just by existing. Fuck you, Atlanta.
Pyron, who moved into a house that was up for sale, ended up changing the locks, moved in a bunch of pets, started excessively smoking marijuana at the residence. But it's okay, because when police showed up in order...
Which, by the way, weed's illegal here. and in Georgia. I'm like 90% sure, unless that changed recently. Let's see. Yes, it's still illegal. I thought so. Thank God. All right, see you, Emmett.
To deal with the trespassing call, he decided that he was going to tell them that he wasn't somebody who was stealing a home or committing any kind of a crime. He was actually participating, and by the way, I am quoting him on this, in a peaceful, hostile takeover of the property, and he was only nesting in said property as he has the right to do so. And while you might think this story ends with a happy ending because Timothy Pyron was in fact arrested at the scene, the crazy thing about this is what he was actually arrested for, because no, stealing this particular home was not the crime that he was charged with. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel.
Little Rock and Atlanta have always scared me in a weird way. Well, I don't know anything about Little Rock, but Atlanta is just a gigantic shithole. Let me give you a story. I'll give you one of my stories from Atlanta. The last time I went to Atlanta was to take somebody, or to pick somebody up from the hospital there. And on the way into Atlanta, I saw a shitload of homeless, half-naked people shooting up drugs the entire way to the hospital. And then on my way out of Atlanta, after all that shit happened, after my car had been broken into, by the way, too, that was fun to have to replace that window just for the crime of entering Atlanta. After I was leaving, as I was pulling out of this place with no fucking window, thank God it was summertime at least, so it wasn't fucking freezing. But now I have to drive through all these homeless people with no window. But also, as I'm leaving, not only are these people half naked now, most of them are just completely naked. There was one dude doing a helicopter dick. It's possibly the gayest place I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money.
Like it is so bad. It's so bad in Atlanta. I would never, ever in my life, ever take my child or any of my children that I would ever have into Atlanta. Ever. Never. It'll never happen. Never.
You give me the money, okay?
The rumors are in fact true, everyone. On Thursday, December 18th at 1:30 p.m. Steve with a link in the
people that don't really
buy me thing because you don't want to miss it.
There are other people that don't really care about private property.
Adriana Ward found that out when she discovered a stranger was living in her house. The home on Twin Brooks Court in Marietta is for sale. When a realtor tried to show it over the weekend, the lockbox was missing. Ward rushed over and noticed other problems.
Okay, so first mistake was having a lockbox in there. Don't do that shit. I'm assuming that the lockbox was like, I'm assuming that lockbox is just something that has the key to the house locked on it, which doesn't make any sense to me. If you can't keep up with the key, why do you own the property, first of all? Second of all, like, you're just asking for somebody to come break that thing off and go into the house. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Little Rock, I had family there. My father-in-law, I thought of him as my dad. He passed away, and I missed him terribly. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. Helicopter eggplant? Yeah, helicopter, yeah. That shit's wild, dude. I will never in my life ever even consider taking my children anywhere near Atlanta. There needs to be a 20-mile barrier between my child and Atlanta.
We let the blinds open of the property. We see the 3 blinds fully shut down.
and the deadbolt had been changed.
So look, normally I only point this out when it comes to local news reporters, but I know if I don't say anything about Adriana Medina Ward in this particular story, you preverts in the comments will go absolutely crazy. So obviously she is
What are
in
you
fact
talking
a nice looking lady. That being said,
What the fuck are you talking about right now? Hold up. Is this like a Coomer community? What's going on? No, what is he talking about? Is this just cope? Is he coping right now?
her talking about how she normally leaves the blinds open at this property because she's trying to show the property and let natural light in. Clearly a mistake, because what this ultimately ends up showing to a would-be squatter is that there is nobody in there, there's no furniture in there, and this is an unoccupied dwelling that is currently up for sale, and thus makes it a good target to go into and squat in, or as the suspect said in this particular case, to do a peaceful, hostile takeover in, because apparently he doesn't understand that peaceful and hostile are antonyms. Like, that is an oxymoron, but you know.
Yeah, well, you know, to be fair, he thinks he's a pharaoh, so.
Who is surprised?
Thank you, it's been a few years, but it's still, yeah, I understand. They took us to a school trip to Atlanta when I was in 9th grade. Jesus Christ. Hopefully it was just to the fucking museums and shit over there. That part of Atlanta's not as bad. It's as bad as that, what I saw now, but it used to not be that bad. But Atlanta now, as an entirety, is a shithole. The earliest memory I have of going to Atlanta, or around Atlanta, was going to the Sea Park, or whatever it is, the aquarium there. I remember going to Atlanta for that, and it wasn't that bad. It was like a safe place where you could walk around the streets and stuff. We went to even a theater that wasn't that far away. We all walked there, and it was safe to do that. A bunch of women and children were able to do that. Now you wouldn't be able to. Now you wouldn't be able to do that at all. Now you'd have some dude with a fucking hole in his sweatpants swinging around. Yeah, if you want to get high and naked, Atlanta is the spot.
The guy.
Oh my God. But just firebomb Atlanta.
Seems like a moron, although maybe the morons are the people who passed these squatters' laws into place in the first place and haven't realized, after so many cases of them being abused, that they are being taken advantage of by criminals over and over and over again across this entire nation.
She called police, who knocked on the door. The man who answered said he lived there.
This is my house. I have squatter rights.
So one of the things that you guys need to realize is that the people who do these squatting schemes, they're not accidental inhabitants, as the law was designed to address years and years ago. These people obviously know what they're doing.
Right, and when it comes to having squatters' rights, right, this is the thing. Once you create a system in which doing something that would, for all intents and purposes, be stealing and illegal, once you enshrine that in law to be a thing and give a method in which it becomes legal, all you've done is justify theft. And you can't really come up with a system where accidentally somebody's been staying there and they just have rights. That doesn't make any sense. Like, the whole idea of squatters' rights is retarded, and it's also based on like laws from hundreds of years ago where you would find an abandoned log cabin and take it over. It's not supposed to be a fucking apartment in the middle of a city.
This guy showed up to this place, and as often is the case when somebody actually shows up that owns the property, he immediately says the same line that we hear in all these different schemes, which is, I'm a squatter, I have squatters' rights, you're gonna have to take me to eviction court. And the thing is, these people are incentivized to do as much damage to the property as possible in order to try to get a settlement from the homeowner so that she can move on with her life. And obviously this woman is putting this property up for sale for a reason. She's trying to get get something in exchange for it, and this guy just represents a massive delay in this particular case. And by the way, we've seen something similar in the District of Columbia that we covered in a previous video, which of course Sinclair Broadcasting decided to copyright claim, even though my use of clips was fair use, and then block monetization, so I didn't even get a dime for my excellent coverage of that particular case. But this case, we will get paid, unlike the property owner, who's going to be screwed over completely by the fact that this guy is doing damage to the property that, of course, he has peacefully but hostilely taken over.
According to an arrest warrant, Timothy Pyron told police he moved into the home and was nesting. He said he was
Fucking nesting? What the hell is he talking about? He about to have little pharaohs and pharaohettes? What is he talking about? Is he a fucking bird? Did he take this place over? Has he got a fucking nest in there that needs to be stomped out? Like, what the hell is going on?
protected under Georgia's squatter rights, and that he had possession of the home due to a peaceful, hostile takeover. Police took Pyron into custody.
So there you have it in plain English.
And look, I'm gonna say this. This is
and that he had possession of the home.
I'll say these. This is pretty common.
Police took
This is what you call a ghetto philosopher. He's a guy that comes into places
Pyron
and
into custody.
So there you
thinks he can debate people out of shit because he like it's kind of like there's the ghetto philosophers, there's the what is it called, the something citizens. What is it called? Hold on. I don't know how I forgot what they are. These people have called them. So, sovereign citizens. There's the sovereign citizens, the sovereign citizen philosophers, and the ghetto philosophers. They're both essentially the same thing. But one of them generally is white trash. The other one is somebody that lives in Atlanta.
You have it in plain English. In the police report, this guy said he was nesting and that it's a peaceful, hostile takeover. And of course, the local news media ends up showing his face. And I've been looking up and trying to research into this guy to figure out if he's a Moorish sovereign citizen. These are people who often believe that they are above
See, connection already made. He made it too.
American laws due to a treaty that we had in the early days of the country. It's absolutely insane and ridiculous. But oftentimes when black people are squatting and they start using this weird terminology, they happen to be a member of this group. But as of right now, I have not found evidence to support this, but considering that it is a black person in the South using weird verbiage, I would not be surprised if later on in the future it came out that he was a member of one of these ideologically motivated groups. And yes, it is in fact insane that we have race-based and ideologically motivated based people who take other people's property under the premise that the laws don't apply to them because of some treaty that 100% is not a reference to Moorish sovereign citizens in the United States of America. Now, while I didn't find any evidence of him...
And yeah, that's the thing too. It's like all these people, like they try to find any sort of gap in the system that they can use to manipulate the law so that they can benefit from it at all, to basically be as big a pain in the ass as possible so they can get free things out of it. What does he get right now? He gets to live somewhere for free and is actually what is the word? Fuck, I'm forgetting words now because the caffeine's wearing off. But he's pushed to do as much damage to the property as possible so that he can basically legally extort money from somebody. That's what he's doing right now. I mean, smoking a shitload of weed, which is illegal in Georgia. He should have been arrested and charged with having the weed to begin with. But even that, him smoking a shitload of weed in the property is damage to the property. You're making the property worse by smoking up the place, motherfucker. Like, you're destroying it. So even if that's the only thing he's doing, he's still doing damage to the property that the person who owns the property would prefer you didn't do. Because It's gonna take it'll take a long time to get that smell out of there. It ain't gonna just air out. You have to actually do some cleaning.
Being a more sovereign citizen, I did find evidence of him being a gangster rapper, and in fact, in this video...
Oh my god, he's a fucking... What is that website called? I always forget what it was. I'm forgetting everything at this point. SoundCloud, I think. Yeah. So this dude's a SoundCloud rapper.
Right
Couldn't have guessed that.
He's trying to get his latest single, his latest destined to...
Hold on. He's got a fucking song, too. We might play a clip of that. Let's see. His name is Mr. Jin. Adding up lyric video. Let's see what we got here. And my fucking internet's crashing out, isn't it? It has taken 100 years to load one video. I think my internet went out. Nope, it's just not. Alright, well I'm not going to dig through all this shit. Okay, here we go. We'll play 10 seconds of this. We'll just take a random little portion of it. Play like 10 seconds of this just to hear. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, I'm not showing the video.
You can keep the beat. Know that can't be thinking, baby. I'm about to try and see. Am I about to fly to you, or is you got...
Okay, so yeah, it's gay. What the fuck is this? That's terrible, dude. This thing, hold on. Let me just read. I'll read out the lyrics for you. On the road from rag to riches gripping. I mean, you're literally robbing a person's of their property, so you're not on the road to riches. I'm on the road from rags to riches gripping asphalt. You ain't got a lie to me, little mama. You can keep it P. Now, that thing be thangin'. Baby, I'm about to try and see. I'm about to fly to you, or is you about to fly to me? This is wonderful street poetry, the likes of which obviously adds up to this is this person's entire life. I'm glad that he's really robbing people of their property to be able to create such masterful pieces of art and poetry, the likes of which no one else could produce. They really should just give this man this entire house. Thank you so much for your service, dude. You've really provided a lot of culture to our nation.
Be a hit to 1 million views. Let's hear a little bit about that.
Y'all, look, I'm on a 90-day mission, right? I want to get my song to 1 million views on YouTube. I need y'all to help me. All right, I need y'all to help your boy. I need y'all to, boy, tap in, man. Share this, like it, engage, get it to somebody. Join my 90-day mission and help me succeed. Help me win. Let's get this song to 1 million views so I can drop another one for y'all.
So this isn't even, from his point of view, this isn't even, one of his normal songs that he would just make on a regular basis. This is his peak song. This is the thing that really needs to lift off. This is the thing that's going to carry him to the big game, right? He's coming up. He's coming from rags and riches, and that thing be thingin'. You know what I'm saying? So this is what his life has all been about up to this point. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. If someone squats, my evil side will appear and they will disappear. The last thing they will hear is, I'll be right back. Are you on duty, Cat? No, I don't think she's working right now. How can this even happen in the U.S.? from retarded laws. The King is a wordsmith. Yeah, they all, yeah, definitely. This man's a poet. He's the greatest poet who's ever lived. He deserves to be. He's also a ghetto philosopher. This man right here needs to. We need to bring back. Like we need to have a town square just so this guy can really preach on that corner. Really, just give us insight on life.
Mr. Jen adding up, available on all platforms, but the link is in my bio. Go to my YouTube, run up the views, run up the comments, run up the likes, help you out. They do it. Yes, sir.
And look, while he fell slightly short of his goal of getting his song to 1 million views on YouTube, it is currently at 86 views. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh man, I tried to avoid showing that, but there you go.
Fun of this particular song, but it's actually not the worst. Honestly, I was gonna play this guy because he's a squatter or an alleged squatter at this moment in time, and seems like he's a little bit of a scammer, and he's trying to get to 1 million views with a channel that in no way, shape, or form supports that. But I can't lie to you guys. I gotta be the most honest.
This is retarded. Look, I don't think you understand. Like, this is what I'm saying too, is that this dude is, I mean, like, look, I mean, only some of the greatest poets in society could come up to it. Am I about to fly to you, or is you about to fly to me? Let's go through a little bit more of this. She go left with the cheeks and her ass on double G. Boy, her ass on good God. Goodness gracious, oh, it's me. Who the fuck? So it's never whoa, it's. Hold on, that went a little bit fast. I mean, this guy's on a whole nother level. I can't even keep up. It's never whoa, it's me. Yeah, from AM to the PM. Fucking shit, this is going too fast now. He's just too good. He's just too great at this. It's money movies for me. I'm on the phone. I'm on the road. I'm on the go. I'm trying to see. Pretty thing. Keep staring at me, baby. See, like, this is ultimately just the greatest. I can't believe this guy didn't get 1 million views.
Not the lowest quality song I've ever taken. And you search into this guy, and I found his Instagram, and I found his Facebook page, and all over his Instagram and Facebook page are images like this, where he's basically doing the black people were pharaohs thing.
Yeah, we love that. We gotta, hey, got a resident pharaoh on JS's channel. Talk to him all the time, and trust me, Freddie knows what he's talking about.
Up talking about the 12 tribes of Israel, which means, do I know or do I know?
Hello, this many bars he could be behind them. Yeah, I know what you mean.
When people start using weird verbiage, that they are part of these fringe groups with these weird belief systems. Again, I never miss, guys. I don't even know why I second guessed my own assumptions and decided to do all this research. But yes, this man was pharaohs, if you guys don't know, and that's why he's taking your property. But regardless of all of that,
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, you just don't get it. Like, all these people, like, don't you understand that blacks were the first in America? Don't you know that? Don't you know that Native Americans are actually just secret blacks?
This guy was.
It's entire historical cover up. When the Europeans got here, when Whitey got here, what they did is, instead of wiping out, what they did is they completely wiped out the black nation that was currently here. They destroyed Wakanda.
Arrested. Again, those statements were found in the arrest warrant, but like I promised you early on in this video, he was not actually arrested for illegally occupying this specific dwelling. In fact, because he was not arrested for that, there might be some truth that he is in fact protected by the state of Georgia squatter law, which means that the state of Georgia has to change the parameters of those squatters laws.
Then Ward got a chance.
Yeah, or he could just get rid of them. Like, why the fuck are we even, why are we supporting any type of squatter ever? Even a little bit. Like, I don't understand why there have to be squatter laws. Just get rid of all of them. Get rid of every single squatter law in America. All of them. They're retarded to keep. I don't see a single use for them, except for, well, I guess I'm wrong here, right? Because this dazzling gentleman, this wordsmith, this absolute grand philosopher, pharaoh king here, obviously, it's benefiting him. So maybe we should keep it just so he can keep stealing people's houses.
To look inside.
Insane amount of smells to incense and marijuana. It was like so penetrating that our
Yeah, like I said, he's in there destroying the property. He's in there making it less valuable of a place for it to be rented out as, and just be sold as well. Because now she would have to pay money to have that place chemically scrubbed so it wouldn't smell like asshole all the time. Asshole and incense.
eyes were red. Insane amount of trash inside of the room.
Oh, so it's not even just that. It's that he's also allowing trash to sit and fester around the place. It's probably destroying the property through just insects being around and destroying the property, and whatever trash is sitting there is probably fucking up the floor and shit. Like, yeah, it's great. This is awesome. I'm glad. Thank the Lord that this kindly Pharaoh came in, kindly took this property away from this woman so that he could make such spiritual poetry as, you know, well, we're almost out of verses in the song, so we'll save that.
He also had pets. He had this gerbils.
So yeah, unsurprisingly...
and he has fucking gerbils. What the fuck? Any kind of pet you could pick, and you pick a fucking gerbil? What?
This case, another common thing that we see with these particular squatters, the guy was flooding the place with trash. He had smoked the place out so it smelled entirely like marijuana. He was also constantly burning incense candles, which again added to the odor in the particular place. That mixed in with the garbage just makes it a rather disgusting affair, which means that this woman is going to have to do a deep clean in this particular property before selling it. And that is, of course, if this guy, after he deals with the criminal charges that he did receive, doesn't return to the property under, again, the state of Georgia's squatter protections. Now, of course, Ward is calling for some changes in Georgia state law so that these people are not protected. And again, I've been teasing this the whole time. That is because he was not arrested for actually stealing her property. He was arrested for something that seems far less significant, but also related to the fact that he was stealing her property.
Ward believes they're...
Let me guess. Either dealing or smoking, like one of those things, or hell, we'll find out.
Needs to be stronger laws.
Maybe he's getting arrested for the message he's spreading right now. They got to keep this man down, right? He's too spiritually elevated for the common man, for him to be a part of the common man. They've got to arrest him, or otherwise he's going to destroy society from everything he knows and everything he argues and preaches against.
To protect homeowners who have unoccupied property. Pyron was not arrested for living in the house. His only charge was criminal damage, because when the deadbolt lock was changed, there was structural damage to the door.
Yeah,
So he wasn't arrested. Okay, that's even more retarded than what I thought was going to happen. So they didn't arrest him for having illegal substances at all. They arrested him for breaking the door that he now stole, or breaking the door in, or chipping a door. What the fuck?
You just heard that right. Pyron was not, in fact, charged with his peaceful, hostile takeover of this property. He was not charged for trashing the inside of the property. The only criminal charges that the police were able to file against this man were for how he installed the new deadbolt after removing the previous deadbolt, because that actually damaged the door. That is the criminal charges that he's facing. Essentially a vandalism charge, not a break-in entry, even though this was obviously a break-in entry.
Great, this is awesome. Man, like, he got away from it. He got scot-free. The Pharaoh can continue to spread his wonderful lyrics, such as, hold on, we'll go back. I actually like that verse when you go back. Pretty thing, keep staring at me. What you trying to see? I'm that type, that boss. You up, I'm like, what you trying to be? About to splurg, it's on me. Lane switch, gas, smoke, pop out by the curb and pop on the flea. your life, and that's on me. I'm the one who really do it. I'm the one who got endurance. Told her shake that ass for me and bought her mama life insurance. Amazing. I'm so like, I mean, it's so beautiful. Such an amazing set of verses aligned with each other to create a concept in which it speaks to everyone. It speaks to my soul. I really get where he's coming out, coming out with when he's saying that. He's really saying that, that he's a good person. He's the Pharaoh. He is providing so well for his girl that even his mom, even his mother-in-law, is being provided for. I mean, what a wholesome, great individual.
In fact, the guy stayed there and waited for the police to show up 4 days after breaking into this property. He's charged with damaging the door. Damaging the door while locking the homeowner out is the actual crime that this man is charged with. And again, it's just...
Well, I mean, I don't understand what you don't get about it. He just had a peaceful, hostile takeover of a property so that he could, in peace, create musical genius. That's all that happened.
Madness that we have to deal with these squatters' cases all over the country, even though they, again, have no legal backing or should have no legal backing, because this is by far and away not in the spirit of the original squatters' protections. Remember,
yeah, no shit.
These were usually applied when you're like exploring the frontier. You would find a cabin, you would then set up in that cabin and then start growing your own crops and then altering and improving the land, improving the property. And then after like 7 years, when the original property owner would come back, there was a dispute because you had put so much effort and so much energy into said property.
But right, don't you see though, like what happened there is that the dude broke into this property. He was spiritually cleansing the place of all evil, demonic, non-pharaohistic spirits and creating works of art, the likes of which could never or would ever be seen again. And since this video is about to end, we'll go through a little bit more of this. Told her, shake that ass for me, bought her mama life insurance. I'm the one who really do it. I'm the one who got endurance. Told her, shake that ass for me, and bought her mama life insurance. Like, he just repeated it again because it's such a powerful thing there. Jen throws this money in the air so she can bag it up. Left cheek, right cheek. Baby, add it up. Like, I don't know what you're talking about here. I think this guy's totally in the right.
But in the modern era, we know who owns these properties. There's no discovering a cabin in the middle of the woods that there is no paperwork associated with, and you...
But there's a dispute, though. Like, he happened upon a place that was abandoned. Peacefully, hostily took it over. And has really become a pivotal part of the community there. And I don't see the problem. I've been completely convinced at this point. I think he's in the right. He should get the property. I don't know what this evil banshee is doing by trying to protect the property in which he worked very hard for, or at least had somebody who worked very hard for it to provide this for her. I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, he's a pharaoh, he's a king and shit. Let him have his property. Let him speak. Let him have his voice. He needs this.
Thinking maybe the guy left to go explore the frontier. That is not a thing that happens. So these protections are, again, people different various schemes associated with these squatting scams.
I wish this don't happen to anyone else, because it is really traumatic.
Again, Adriana Medina Ward, we are 100% on your side over here at the Action.
No, I mean, I'm not. I've been totally convinced of the other side on this issue. But, she could feel bad about it, but, It's whatever. We need this shit. Like, let's. I'm gonna listen to a little bit. I'm gonna read off a little bit more of this song, and then I'm gonna probably end the stream. There's only like 30 seconds longer in the song, so we'll just go ahead and just see how he ends this masterpiece. Said the game was falling off and it ain't adding up. Throw this money in the air so she can bag it up. And oh, I get it now. He's just in the last few minutes, or the last 50 minutes of the song is just an instrumental to really just let the message speak for itself. I mean, let her bag it up. Throw it in the air, let her bag it up. Anyways, after that absolutely dazzling set of events, I am happy that I saved this video. Because I would have just been, I mean, none of you would have known about this, the few people that come here. So remember, give your property to the pharaohs. Give your property to the pharaohs. Let them throw that money in the air and bag it up, so they can provide for his girl, so her mama has insurance. That's the ultimate message of this stream. So anyways, I'm going to sleep because have a good one.